inquiry into the New South Wales university sector. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sarah Kane and I'm the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome. Thank you all for joining us here this morning and for starting the day for us and making the time to give evidence. Could each of the witnesses, starting from my left, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Sure. Thanks, Chair. Dean Anthony Yates. I'm EY's Oceania Government and Health Services Leader. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Lee Walker, the Oceania Risk Management and Independence Leader for EY. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Dewar.
John Dewar, partner at Cordamentha. I will affirm that I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dewar. And would you like to start by making a short opening statement?
Yes, if that's possible.
Thanks,
Chair. And thanks for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Dean Yates and I'm the Oceania Government and Health Services Leader at EY. In this role, I lead the team that's responsible for delivering services to our higher education sector clients across Australia, including New South Wales. Joining me today is Lee Walker, our Oceania Risk Management and Independence Leader. Our higher education team is part of our government practice, which helps public sector clients with assurance, tax, strategy and consulting services. The three types of engagements that we are most commonly called upon for the higher education sector include assurance engagements, such as internal audit, where we're asked to review a specific program or project to ensure risks are being managed effectively. Cyber security support. This includes strengthening cyber capabilities so clients can effectively safeguard the sensitive information that they hold and appropriately respond to potential incidents. And platform implementation, which involves supporting clients with once-in-a-generation IT platform upgrades to their operating systems. In the last financial year, the work we did for the New South Wales higher education sector represented just under 0.5% of EY Australia's total revenue, or approximately $13 million. I also wanted to note that EY has a strong interest in the higher education sector, as we're one of Australia's largest graduate employers. Every year, around 600 graduates join our firm across Australia, and I'm proud to say that earlier this year we were named as the most popular graduate employer and a winner in 3 other categories in SEEK's Top 100 Graduate Employers Awards. This interest means that we regularly engage with the higher education sector as an industry partner, whether through providing industry expertise for courses, offering internship opportunities, or participating in graduate recruitment fairs. I want to close by saying how proud I am of our people. They use their skills and experience they developed at university and at EY to help solve complex challenges and deliver better outcomes for not just our higher education clients, but for all of our clients. Thanks for the opportunity to make this statement and we look forward to assisting the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yates. Mrs. Walker, yours was a joint statement?
Yes, it was.
Yes. Mr. Dewar.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before this inquiry. I've worked in Australian higher education for more than 30 years in 4 different universities, most recently as Vice-Chancellor of La Trobe University and then as Interim Vice-Chancellor at the University of Wollongong. In the middle of 2024, about 3 months after I'd stepped down from La Trobe, I was asked to serve as Interim Vice-Chancellor at UOW. not as a permanent appointment, but as someone brought in temporarily to stabilise a university facing serious financial challenges amid a leadership transition, and while the university sought a permanent Vice-Chancellor. As a partner at Cordamentha, I advise on education matters across multiple sectors, including obviously higher education. That was a role I started shortly before I took up the UOW position, and I took unpaid leave from it during my time as interim Vice-Chancellor. But I hope that this combination of experience will be useful to the committee. I want to be clear about the scale of the challenge facing Australian universities, which I think provides an important context for this inquiry. Our analysis of the 2024 annual reports showed that by that year, university debt had grown by 44% since 2019, that cash reserves had fallen by 41% in just 3 years, that 20 universities had more current liabilities than current assets, and that 1/3 of universities were in deficit in 2024. These are the accumulated consequences of a funding model that was never designed for the environment universities now face, and which in truth has been under significant strain since COVID. As is probably well known, before COVID, the sector had become dependent on international student revenue, with active support from governments on both sides for the preceding 2 decades. But as we know, that government policy has now fundamentally and suddenly changed the terms of that dependence. Wollongong is a case study in how quickly these pressures can become acute. When I arrived in June 2024, international student commencements for that year had fallen by 40% against budget forecasts, a direct consequence of the government's change in strategy, and produced a revenue shortfall of around $35 million. And the forecast was that if the university did nothing, it would run out of cash by the end of the decade and possibly sooner. Wollongong was also covering high levels of debt, which made things much more difficult. I say all of this because I think current perceptions of a sector crisis should be seen in this wider context. University councils are obliged to assure themselves of the financial sustainability of their institutions, while at the same time, of course, ensuring that those universities fulfil their important public missions. This is becoming an increasingly difficult juggling act in the current environment. I look forward to helping you with your inquiry.
Thank you very much. And I might kick off the questions. And Mr. Dew, I wasn't going to start here, but it seems like a good place given your introduction. When you talk about the accumulated debt of universities, obviously no one here would disagree with the pressures faced by universities and the funding challenge, and thankfully we can lay that squarely with the feds. But the accumulation of debt, wouldn't you agree that a large amount of debt in some universities is due to the choices that their councils and executive leadership have made with regards to where they choose to invest in the capital infrastructure they choose to invest in, which is not to say you don't have to upgrade infrastructure, but it's how and what you do. Wouldn't that be fair?
I think universities borrow money for a range of reasons. Some of it is to invest in improved facilities. Some of it is to invest in improved systems. But every university, in making those judgments, will have assessed its capacity to repay that debt. But of course, and as I think Wollongong exemplifies, the circumstances governing that capacity to repay have changed. So I don't think universities can be blamed at the time for making decisions in the financial environment they thought they were in, but that, as I said in my remarks, I think that environment has changed significantly.
But they can be blamed at how they frame the current environment. So if you look at, and I'm not talking about UOW now, but you raised a general industry-wide situation. If you frame the need of a university to repay debt at an unrealistic pace, then it's easy to frame the current situation as a crisis, isn't it? If you decide unilaterally that you need to repay debt in 2 years' time that actually doesn't need to be repaid, that's not a crisis, is it? That's a decision.
Yes, there are financial choices that are available, but the decision not to repay debt can mean that you might have to refinance that debt, and refinancing in the current environment is likely to mean that you'll get a much worse deal than you would have done a few years ago. So it could actually be a detrimental decision for the university in the long run. It reduces your capacity to borrow for other purposes. So each university will make a judgment in the light of its own circumstances, it's very difficult for me to comment on individual decisions that universities make. But by and large, if a university decided it wanted to repay debt, I think you could say there would be good reasons for that.
And when we say a university decided, we're talking about a council made up of mostly unelected, unrepresentative decision makers and the vice chair. When we're saying a university decides, we're not saying the stakeholders get to decide, the students, the staff, the community. We're talking about a small group of people who get to decide, largely often, it would seem, based on the advice of external consultants who perhaps don't have access to the information that those insiders do.
The composition of councils is a bit more complex, I think, than you're representing there. There are, as you know, staff and student elected representatives on council. There are ministerial appointees on council. So I don't think it's fair to characterise councils as composed entirely of corporate insiders.
Well, we've seen the analysis of that from previous witnesses, so you and I might agree to disagree on that one, Mr. Dewar, I think, and I might move on quickly. You did mention, and I just wondered if you could reiterate for me, before you took on the interim VC role, you were with KordaMentha.
Yes.
What was your position there?
So I was with KordaMentha for about 3 months.
Okay.
And I came in as a partner.
A partner, and with responsibility for what areas?
Well, primarily for higher education, but also the wider education portfolio.
Okay. And so when you were given a letter, I understand, and your contract was signed on June the 3rd, 2024, I think 4 days after that, KordaMentha was invited to tender for the change management process at UOW. Mm-hmm. What involvement did you have with that decision or those?
None whatsoever.
So you were the lead higher education partner at KordaMentha. You had discussions with the Chancellor, Michael Still, about taking on the role of interim Vice-Chancellor.
Yep.
And you did not know that the University of Wollongong was going to engage in a restructuring program and they were going to ask KordaMentha to tender. You did not know that?
I knew that the Chancellor knew of KordaMentha, that he held them in very high regard because he'd been on the board of another client of the firm's, and I knew that he was thinking about including them in the tender process. But I had nothing to do with that decision or with the decision of the procurement process itself, nor with the supervision of the work that the team did.
So the question was whether you knew about. So is your evidence as the higher education lead, you had no knowledge about this before you took on the appointment at University of Wollongong?
Well, I knew that the Chancellor had it in his mind to include them in the procurement process. I knew that, yes.
How did you know that?
Because he told me.
Okay.
So you
So you
found
had
out-
a discussion with the Chancellor about the work at University of Wollongong that KordaMentha might be asked to engage in. So you had a conversation.
I did have a conversation with him, but I had nothing to do with the procurement process itself.
Sorry, can I just ask, in that discussion that you had, was it made clear to you that KordaMentha would be invited to tender or might be invited to tender?
Might be invited to tender.
And what
Yeah.
was the considerations around if they would or would not in the might?
Well, they were thinking about who else to invite into the tender. And I knew that Michael thought very highly of the work that KordaMentha had done for this other client.
And
So I think
in that discussion then, did you say, well, actually, being from KordaMentha, can I recommend that you do include them in the tender?
it was made very clear to me that the procurement process was being run by the university and that I was not to have any input into that.
No, but did you in that conversation say, well, can I just put in a plug and say these are, I recommend that KordaMentha should be included?
I didn't need to because the Chancellor already had it in his mind that he would invite them in.
So is it your evidence that you were told at that discussion that you were not to have it? So it was an active discussion that you were not to have anything to do with that process?
Yes, it was made very clear to me that as a matter of probity, that I would not have anything to do with that process.
Sorry,
Did the- sorry.
in that discussion. So let's just, you've had a discussion. You say that in the course of that discussion, it was disclosed to you that they might be inviting Kordamentha. How did it then come up as part of that discussion that actually you couldn't have a say or say any sort of recommendation? Or did you say, well, actually, I think you should invite them, and then they said, just hold there, because that would be inappropriate? How did it play out?
Well, as I've described, I said to the Chancellor that I was going to need help, and that the university was likely to need some assistance to put itself back on a path to financial sustainability.
So you suggested to the Vice-Chancellor that there was going to have to be a tender for external help.
I said that I would need some help, yes.
Right. So while you're saying, there wasn't a discussion with you about favouring Kordamentha, the idea for contracting some external consultant help came from you.
Yes.
Can I just ask, did the Chancellor outline his concerns around the university's operations and workforce planning prior to the tender process?
The Chancellor, who hadn't been in the position very long, knew that there were serious problems in the university. I don't think he'd been there for long enough to have a detailed view, but I could tell from looking at the finances of the university that there were some very serious problems.
Did you share any of the information that was exchanged with the Chancellor with any of your colleagues at Kordamentha?
No.
Can I ask?
And sorry, can I just say that
Sure.
all of the information I had was publicly available. So there was I didn't have any inside information until I started in the job.
Could I ask, because information has come out during this inquiry about external people coming into universities, even if they have knowledge of the sector, but coming into particular universities and deciding that they know best what should happen at that university. So you looked at the publicly available information. Did you speak with any academics, any staff, any experts? We've had expert witnesses here from University of Wollongong who have also looked at those same figures. Did you speak with anyone before you deciding that the University of Wollongong needed this external advice as opposed to, say, seeking advice from within?
I did have some conversations with the Chief Financial Officer, yes.
No, not appointed management, actual academics who either are expert in the field of accounting and management and business, or academics who had been there and understood what was happening throughout the university.
No, I did not. I took the advice of the Chief Financial Officer.
Okay.
Chair, sorry,
Yes.
Can we just go back to that original sort of conversation? I just wanted to clarify exactly what's gone on there then. So it sounds very much to me like you have said, yes, I will come and do this job. I'm going to need help. So it's going to be me plus whoever gets appointed for this consulting. Would that be a pretty good summary?
Yes.
So in that way, because we put it to the Chancellor that it was a bit of a package deal when he appointed you, and we can have a debate about whether Kordamentha was agreed to be part of that package deal. But it does seem then like the consulting project plus you was a agreement from the beginning.
It was never a formal part of the agreement, but I said to him, I think the university's position is such that it's going to require more than just me to come in and help to fix it.
So
Mr.
can I just
Dior-
clarify, sorry?
Yes, sure.
During this whole period, you remained a partner at Kordamentha, is that right?
I took unpaid leave throughout the entire period I was at the University of Wollongong.
As a partner, do you have a profit share, like you said?
No. Well, I don't, no.
So there's no profit. As a partner, you don't enjoy any disbursements from the profits of the company.
Well, I do, but it's fixed. So there's no variability in my remuneration depending on the profits of the firm.
But it's
My
fair to say
remuneration-
that the benefits that flow, the profits from the work that was given to Kortamentha by the University of Wollongong flowed back to you, even if in a small and incremental way,
No.
as a partner through
No.
the profit system.
No, they did not.
Can,
All aspects of my remuneration are fixed and therefore did not vary. I wasn't just as a reminder, I wasn't remunerated by Kortamentha at all during my time at the university. But my remuneration is fixed by agreement and is not variable in the light of the performance of the firm or the profits it makes.
So you don't
Can I-
have any financial interests in Kortamentha,
Well, my remuneration is fixed.
but shares or options or any other ongoing interests in Kortamentha?
I have an entitlement to a distribution of profits, but that's fixed.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Jewett, could I ask, we've now got this kind of view of you're coming in, you've diagnosed a problem that requires external help.
Yeah.
How did you manage, because obviously at least in perception, if not material conflict, between you there as acting Vice-Chancellor for 9 days a fortnight with 1 day off doing stuff with Kortamentha, even if it's not paid, how did you manage the conflict of managing the Kortamentha team that was at the University of Wollongong?
I had no role in managing that team.
But you were the Vice-Chancellor who had asked for an additional lot of resources to come in and help you. So how did you manage that if you had no dealings with the team?
The team were managed by a programme control board, of which I was a member, but it was chaired by the Chancellor. So that's how the accountability was managed of the team to the university for the work they were doing. But if I could clarify the 1 day a fortnight arrangement, when I started at the university, bearing in mind I'd only been at Kortamentha for a couple of months, and given that I was planning to go back there after I'd finished, I wanted to stay in touch with my newish colleagues, and that's why I asked for some flexibility to be allowed to join team meetings and so forth. During that time, I did no work for Kortamentha. It was purely about staying in touch with the team that I was planning to go back to work with.
Can you understand that really, in terms of how that looks, it's not a great look for either Kortamentha or the University of Wollongong, or frankly other universities, because you're privy to the inner workings of one university and you're jumping onto Teams meetings where you're considering potential work with what are, let's face it, competitors in other universities. So even if you're suggesting that, and I'm not a big believer in consultant firewalls, sorry, consultants, don't believe in them, but even if there was some kind of firewall there, wouldn't you have to agree that the perception of your work at University of Wollongong and your connection with Kortamentha and the engagement of Kortamentha and your inability to directly manage them and your being on team meetings, I mean, it creates a perception that there's quite a conflict of interest there, doesn't it?
I agree that there is probably a perception of that, but that's why I was reassured to know that the procurement process was run with a high degree of probity by the university. And just for your information, the meetings I joined were never to discuss other clients' work. They were general partner meetings or team meetings, just so that I could stay in touch with what was going on. The only involvement I had in what might be called the work of the firm was in providing some finishing editorial touches to a report that we produced in 2024 while I was still at Wollongong, but that was something I'd largely written before I started at Wollongong. But apart from that, my involvement was purely about retaining collegial connections with the firm rather than doing any work or influencing anything that went on at the university.
Chair,
We've got one more question each, and then I know Ms Mitchell would like to ask
sorry,
you
I've
some
not.
questions.
I just want to clarify on this point about percentage of profits, 'cause I think that's incredibly important, because it seems now like it was a bit of a fiction, your separation from Cordamentha when you were at University of Wollongong. If you had an ongoing financial interest where you continued to get percentage of profits and you were entitled to then return as partner, and you had 1 day a week working for your firm, how on earth could you? That's not even a perceived conflict of interest. That's a direct conflict of interest, isn't it, Mr. Dewar?
No, I don't accept that. I accept that the request to have that day a fortnight doesn't reflect the intent behind that request. I knew that I would want to do that. I would want to stay in touch with my colleagues. And I decided that it was best if I did that effectively in my own time rather than on the university's time. So I thought I was doing the right thing by the university in asking for that. I can see how the interpretation or the perception might be very different.
But you hadn't left. You still had a financial interest in the partnership.
Well, to be clear, I was unpaid during my time.
But you were entitled to a fixed percentage of profits.
Well, I was entitled to a fixed remuneration, part of which was made up of a fixed amount of profit.
Correct.
Thank
So
you.
what
Sorry,
you
That
did
was-
in your job at University of Wollongong and what you did in relation to Cordamentha was going to come back to your profitability as
No.
a firm and then your direct financial interest. It's a direct conflict of
It's
interest.
direct.
No.
There's no question.
I don't
Okay,
accept that.
we move on to other questions. I have one last question, which I think is quite quick for Mr Dewar, and then we'll move on to Ms Mitchell, and Ms Merton might have some questions. Well, I know have some questions. Mr Dewar, Cordamentha's final report for UOW notes that it had to work with poor quality data in 3 areas: workforce, workload and casual staff. How would you rate the quality of the work that Cordamentha did at UOW, and what basis do you make these judgments given that the data was poor quality?
So the work that Cordamentha did was in 2 stages. The first stage was a review of the whole of university operating model and opportunities for increased efficiency. At that point, they did encounter some data issues, which they then subsequently tried to fix up. I don't think there were any decisions made at the end of that first phase that materially relied on the data, and the data issues were subsequently addressed in the subsequent phase of work that took place after I left.
Okay. Thank you. Ms Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions for Mr. Yates or Mrs. Walker. Happy for either or to answer. In your opening statement, Mr. Yates, you said, I think, that in the last 12 months it was about a $13 million sort of spend from the universities with EY. How does that compare over trends for the last, say, 5 years or so?
Thanks for the question. Yes, the $13 million relates to FY25, so the 24-25 financial year. The previous year was $15 million. In the current year, thus far, it's $8 million. So we would think that the amount by the end of the year would be similar in magnitude.
Okay.
In terms of the years prior, my understanding is that we're talking similar magnitudes, but I'm happy to provide that information.
Yeah, I
to
guess
the
I'm just
committee.
trying to understand whether there's been a significant increase or decrease in
I
consultant
don't
spend.
believe there has, but I'm happy to provide that detail on notice.
Okay, that would be great. And then you also talked about sort of the 3 key areas, I think internal audit, cybersecurity and platform implementation. I'm curious to better understand how you manage, I think conflict's probably too strong a word, but with some of the universities, if you've done auditing work with them, but then you do sort of implementation work,
Sure.
how do you manage that sort of relationship?
Look, it's obviously a pivotal part of what we do, particularly in internal audit arrangements. We need to be very careful about what we're reviewing and what we're auditing. But I might ask Ms Walker to answer that question more directly.
Thanks, Dean. Yeah, it is really important, particularly where we're appointed as the internal auditor,
Yeah.
and the universities or all of our clients that are our internal audit clients demand that from us. So they'll set up specific procedures that we'll follow. The first one being that we'll make our own first initial assessment of whether we think we could do the work, and quite often it stops there because we say no, we can't. If we do think we could do the work, if it's on an area of the university that is not subject to the internal audit procedures, we'll make that assessment and then take it to whoever our key contact is at the university for that internal audit contract to say, you know, this is our expectation that we can do the work. Can you please let us know your thoughts? Can you agree or disagree? And obviously if they disagree and say no, you can't, then again it stops there. Most often, I know you don't like ethical dividers, but most often we will implement ethical dividers if we can do the work to make sure information is quarantined, so that we have digital barriers so that the two engagement teams cannot access each other's engagement files and the engagement information there, and we'll agree with the university the appropriate protocols in place, and then ultimately information is shared with the audit committee.
Okay, so it's effectively up to the university to determine whether or not it's appropriate for, say, your firm or any firm to be doing simultaneous work. Okay.
Yeah.
And the internal audit committee tends to have a forward program,
Yeah, okay.
and that which outlines what work will be done, say, over the next 2 or 3 years. And if something's on that program which relates to the work, then it's just a no-go area for us.
Okay. And then I just have a couple more, Chair, if that's okay.
Yes, certainly.
So, and this is probably to you as well, Mr. Dewar, if you wanted to comment. It's just a broader question. One of the issues that has come up a bit in these hearings so far is basically the reporting of consultancy spends by universities, and I think it was Macquarie and Sydney Uni do it as a separate line item, but others just sort of put it in other spends. Any sort of views on having a standardised reporting just in the interest of transparency and accountability across all universities, and how, from your perspectives, you think that would work? Is it a good idea? Is it something the committee should be looking to do?
Yeah, and in the 2023 committee looked at that. That was one of our recommendations, more across the whole public sector, that we felt that could really help improve transparency if there was standardised disclosure, standardised definitions around what is a consultant, what is a contractor, what is a third-party supplier, so that there is that comparability across the sector. So we do think that is something that could be done by Treasury to define that and to be the central holder of that information, that universities or any other public sector entities should be disclosing that information.
Mr. Dewar, do you have a comment on that?
I do. I would support more transparency in the reporting of consulting spend. There are inconsistencies at the moment between states, and a lot of expenditure is reported as consulting expenditure, which is actually the cost of doing business. So contractors, payments to international student recruitment agents all get lumped into that reported spend. I think it would be in everyone's interest if there was more clarity about what reported spending, what actual spending on consultants and contractors and the like really is.
Thank you. I'll let Rachel go. Thanks.
Ms.
Tim.
Merton?
Thank you very much, and to you. If I could just pick up the issue, just in terms of the fees. I think in terms of, I think it was 11. Sorry, just in terms of fees generated. Do we have a breakdown between sort of assurance versus advisory, if you know what I mean, just relevant to this, managing this conflict between audit, non-audit of those fees?
I don't have that breakdown with me, but happy to take that on notice for you. I think of the amounts that I quoted, the vast majority would be assurance related, but happy to provide you with the detail.
Okay, and that fee money was relevant to universities across New South Wales.
That's right.
Okay, all right. And just, Mr. Dewar, if I could just pick up your issue, and following just from Madam Chair here, the point's been made in terms of you talk of your managing, conflicts and the importance of the independent procurement, and that, you were not part of any discussion on this. I guess the issue then comes to us, well, how do you define the role of a VC, and how can you do that job if you're cutting yourself out of these discussions relating to the operation of the university and review and reform?
So the work that I saw myself as needing to do was a whole range of things. As a Vice-Chancellor, you have to do a whole range of things. The financial sustainability piece of work actually came in two phases. The first phase, which occurred when I was there, was a review of low enrolment subjects, courses and disciplines. And that was a process that was done entirely internally. Cordamentha were not involved in that. So I had a very active role working with the Deputy Vice-Chancellor and the Executive Deans to oversee that first phase of work. The work that Cordamentha did was really planning for the next phase, and as I've said, most of it was done after I left. So I was involved as a member of the Programme Control Board, but that was looking more to the future. And I was very engaged in very much the day-to-day of trying to make sure that for the time that I was there, I could do everything I did everything I could to put the university back on a path towards financial sustainability. So there was plenty for me to do day to day as a Vice-Chancellor. That planning of the next phase of work was an important part, but as I've said, the team were held accountable by the Programme Control Board that consisted of a mixture of council members and executives.
Thank you.
Can I just jump in for one second? That Program Control Board, did it have any elected members on it?
No, I don't. It might have had an elected member of council, but I don't think it had any members elected directly to it.
Is it your understanding it had an elected member of council on it?
I'll take that on notice, Chair. I'll need to check. I can't recall.
Okay, you can't recall if in the room there was a staff representative or a student representative when you were making decisions about the future of the university?
Well, no decisions were being made at that time. These were initial preparatory pieces of work in order to develop a proposal.
Okay, so can you then clarify what the board did? Because you've said that was the oversight mechanism for decision making to keep you out of the loop with Cordamentha, but now you're saying it wasn't the decision making.
It was the accountability body. I think that's what I've said.
Oh, okay, so you made the decisions, but they held you accountable.
It was the accountability body for the work that Cordamentha were doing, and as I said, that was essentially looking ahead to the next phase of financial sustainability work that the university needed to do.
My apologies, Ms. Burton.
No, thank you. And Mr. Dewar, earlier you were speaking about the procurement arrangement with Cordamentha being invited to tender. How many tenders were received for that piece of work?
I'm not sure. I wasn't involved in that process, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm. But in terms of your knowledge maybe of the procurement process, just in terms of, is it advertised for expressions of interest, or people are approached by saying, hey, we need some help, come on board?
Universities can do both things. They can run what are called open tenders, where anyone can apply, and they run closed tenders where providers are invited to submit tenders.
Would you have knowledge of what the tender process was relevant to this work?
No. I think it was a closed tender process, but beyond that, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Could I go back to EY? You did some work reviewing a program and its progress at UTS. When I say you, I mean that in the collective sense. So it was reported in the AFR in January this year that EY had found that there was a breakdown in the relationship between the Workday program director, so implementing a big part of the OSI shift at UTS. There was a breakdown between the Workday program director and Deloitte, with the project lacking the mechanisms to monitor and manage the performance of Deloitte. How did you come to these conclusions, and how often are consultants brought in to evaluate other consultants, and who paid for that?
Lee, do you wanna-
Yeah, absolutely. So our role was as the independent assurance partner for the overall program. So the program was the ERP implementation program by UTS,
Sorry, what's ERP?
Enterprise Resource Planning.
Thank you.
So it's linking their finance and HR systems, and so it's as Dee mentioned in our opening statement, it's similar to that once in a generation platform implementation project, and it is best practice for these sorts of large technology and change management projects to have independent assurance. And that was the role that we played. And importantly, it's independent assurance over the whole programme. So it's not over a consultant, it's over how the university is working with one or many other consultants, how they're working with their internal teams. So it's looking at that across the full range, looking at governance, looking at risk, as we went through
And
identifying.
clearly you found some problems this time.
The team that looked at it was assessing the risk around the delivery of the work. So assessing whether there is appropriate setup. And so our recommendation was about clarifying the accountability and clarifying the relationships between the different parties as part of that project. So we identified ways in which they could work better together.
Okay. Do you have any follow-up with that? So identifying ways that they can deal better together.
Yes.
Do you then follow up and see if that has happened? Is there any further role in that?
We would continue to assess the programme as it goes through, all the way through to delivery. So it wouldn't necessarily be following up that specific recommendation or the challenge or the like I said, the recommendations we provided. It would be looking at the programme as a totality.
So that kind of work, I presume you have technical expertise with regards to the particular platforms, etc. What expertise does EY hold in terms of the tertiary education sector? Have you got, who does your work? Who are the people on the ground? Have they ever worked at a university? What are the qualifications? I mean, clearly they've gone to university, given your appeal to graduates, but what actually is their expertise in tertiary education?
Do you want to? Yeah. We've got obviously a range of skill sets at the firm, a range of backgrounds and experiences. We don't have staff, as far as I'm aware, in New South Wales who have worked directly at a New South Wales university, but we have a lot of staff who have worked in New South Wales universities. And quite often the work we do is at arm's length, it is independent, it is assurance. So it's very important to have people who aren't necessarily intimately involved or have been at an organisation. It's someone looking independently to make sure that it's meeting its assurance obligations.
So with those three areas that you spoke about, audit, assurance, and I forgot what the third...
Cyber,
Cyber
assurance and platform implementation.
So do you do less of, it seems to me, and we've had other consultants in talking to us as well, you do less of the sort of change management, restructure consultancy and more technical. Would that be a fair assumption, or do you do some of the other?
We do some of the others for other clients, but the universities in New South Wales, that this is our area of focus and attention.
Right. Okay.
So as I mentioned earlier, that's what generates the dollars we talked about.
Okay. I think
Just one
Yes,
last one.
certainly.
Mr. Dewar, are you aware of any, this arrangement where a Quarter-Mentha partner has gone in to take a role in a university of the kind that you took? Is that replicated anywhere else? Are there any other universities where that's happened for Quarter-Mentha?
No, but let me be clear that the university came to me not because I was a partner at Quarter-Mentha. They came to me because I was an experienced Vice-Chancellor who had recently stepped down, and they thought that given their needs at the time that I would be a good person to fill that role temporarily. So I would not accept at all that I was appointed as a partner of Quarter-Mentha. I was appointed as an experienced former Vice-Chancellor.
And are there any other, how many partners or employees of Quarter-Mentha have have or have had positions in universities?
Some. A former colleague, in fact, the colleague who led the work at the University of Wollongong was herself a former chief operating officer from a big Victorian university, so she's very highly regarded, very experienced in the sector.
But at the same time, I mean, so in
Sorry?
terms of taking leave from, or either while they're still working, because there's a lot of consulting firms that have their members sitting on university councils, for instance, partners or employees. The question really is, how many does KordaMentha have?
Members of council?
Or having taking a break from their work at KordaMentha to go and work as an employee or have some role at a
It's
university.
quite common for consultants from any firm to do executive secondments for a period of time. That is quite common.
Could you give us details on notice of how many you have at KordaMentha?
Specifically in the university sector or more generally?
Just in the university sector.
I don't think there are any currently in the university sector, but all I'm saying is that it's quite a common model across the board for consultants to step in for a period of time to take on executive roles.
Yes.
Thank you. We have come to the end of that time. There's a couple more things that we would probably like to ask, but we will put those as supplementary questions. Thank you all so much for appearing today. We do appreciate you taking the time out to do that. We will be in touch regarding questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, and the Secretariat will get in touch regarding timing, given that we've also got Easter in the interim as well. So thank you very much for appearing today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I see we have our witnesses online. If you can just confirm by a nod that you can hear me. Great.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for making the time to give evidence for us today. I might just tell you who's in the room quickly because I'm not sure you can see. I have with me the Deputy Chair, Sarah Mitchell, the Honourable Rachel Merton, Ms Abigail Boyd, Anthony Diadam and Mr Bob Nanvar, and myself around the table. So you will get questions from around the table across there. It's just a little bit harder for you to see online. Again, thank you for making the time to appear today. Could each of you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And we might start with you, Ms Brooke.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Brooke. I am a Program Manager with Pilbara Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Patterson.
I am Lee Patterson, the CEO of Pilbara Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Gallard?
My name is Adam Gallard. I'm the Chief Product Officer at Pilbara Group. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. And would you like to start by making a short statement?
Yes, I would, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Patterson.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear here today. Our company, ABM Technologies Australia Proprietary Limited, trading as Pilbara Group, commenced operations in 1999, and our US company, Pilbara Group Incorporated, started operations in 2002. Our area of expertise is the development of large-scale operational models for complex organisations, starting with the Royal Australian Navy over 27 years ago, then working for the US Navy Pacific Fleet and Atlantic Fleet. We've also worked in resources, insurance, gaming, and a range of government agencies. We started developing models for higher education institutions in Australia around 2007, with the US and Canada starting a few years later. Our three core solutions are higher education modelling, oil gas decommissioning models, and environmental models. Our higher education models are based on a tailored activity-based costing methodology and are designed to help universities better understand the costs of their primary products, including teaching, research, community support, and commercial products. The models have a particular focus on teaching and calculating costs, revenue and margins, all the way down to individual course subject instances. That includes when, where, and how each subject and degree is taught. Many universities already do this type of analysis, but it is often done via spreadsheets and may only model a subset of the university. For example, just the direct school and faculty costs, or only at a high level. Our models cover the entire institution at that low granular level, which is important as they capture the complex many-to-many relationships of subjects to degrees and all the usually hidden cross-subsidisations between teaching, research, and between schools. These detailed models require data from multiple source systems, including financial management, HR, payroll, facility management, timetabling, and student management systems. Cleaning and connecting all this data is a complicated process, and there is too much data for standard spreadsheet analysis. Our experience with these types of large complex models has allowed us to reduce the time frame to build from multiple years down to around 7 weeks. We've also developed our own proprietary modelling software, Pilbara Insights, that enables us to build very large models very quickly. As mentioned previously, our area of expertise is modelling. We do not research the sector or provide any strategic advice or guidance to universities. Thank you again for the invitation to participate in this inquiry, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you very much for that. That was very helpful and preempted some of the questions I had for you, so thank you. I did want us to start off by asking which New South Wales universities you have worked with in the past and which you are currently working with.
Sure. So right now we are working with Charles Sturt University, Macquarie University, University of New England, University of Technology Sydney, Western Sydney University, and the University of Wollongong. And previously we have worked with the University of Sydney and the University of Newcastle.
Okay. One of the reasons I asked that is because we have the opportunity during our budget estimate sessions to have the Vice-Chancellors or their representatives here with us, much to their joy. And I asked the question of them, which of their universities had engaged Pilbara Group, and not one of them admitted to having heard of you. And I don't mean that in a mean way. It sounds like you've got quite the business there, but how would you explain that?
We usually work in the finance area, so we do, because we're in modelling, we're under the CFO, but usually operate with analysts and financial managers and support them doing their modelling. So unless a specific report has our logo on it, they will just get reports from the analyst team, and there's probably no indication that we help them out there at all.
Okay. If I then could maybe get a better understanding, you say you don't provide analysis. You popped up in a Freedom of Information call at Macquarie Uni, and your name was there in their documents about the rather dramatic restructure that they're undertaking. So if you don't provide an analysis, do you just provide you said it's not a spreadsheet, but do you just provide numbers?
Yeah, so the model. So we'll build that model for the institution, and all the appropriate reports that come out the back end, and then their analysts will do the analysis of those reports.
So I'm certainly no data analyst, but I know with any model, what you get out of it is a function of the questions that you ask. So for each of these universities, do they provide a set of questions that they want answered? Or do you say, this is what we provide if you want it or not? Because clearly, and you've listed the universities you work with, many of those have undertaken drastic cuts to courses and subjects and staff. So do you respond to their particular requests or the questions they ask?
So if they ask for particular reports to be developed, then we'll develop those reports. How those reports are being used, we don't get involved in that process.
No, but a university could say to you, we would like to know the least profitable courses in our university.
Correct.
Without
Yes,
anything around that, they can just ask you for that and you can provide that per whatever metric they're looking for.
Correct.
So Macquarie University is interesting because you did some work with them. Could you explain a bit, obviously at a high level, but you explain a bit the work you did for them?
Sure. It was the activity-based cost model that we put together for universities, and I think that was 2022. I think we started that process, and built for them that model and developed all their reports that they needed. We also update the models every year. So each year there's and we're right in the middle of it right now because all the financial years ended at the end of last year, and we update their models with the latest full year data from all their various systems, and update all their reports and provide that back to them. So, and again, it's at that low level of detail, so they can see those costs all the way down to those individual subjects and courses.
I've got a couple more questions I'm sure the rest of the committee have as well. The first one being the data that you get from universities, do you build out benchmarks using that information?
Yeah, so the outputs of the models we'll use to put together our benchmarking solution. It actually came about after the transparency in teaching requirement from the federal government, where our client universities wanted to be able to see how they compared to other institutions that were in our core group of clients. So of those, it's an opt-in only. So if they wanted to provide their data, they can, and then we will anonymise and aggregate that data, put that together in a benchmarking pool, and originally it was just set up in a Power BI report, but now we've actually built a benchmarking tool around that. Excuse me.
So the universities who give you their data is obviously really, 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 really valuable. Any data is really valuable. So does that mean they get the benchmark tool for free if they give you their data?
Correct.
Right, okay. So they're essentially giving you their data knowing that you're going to use it for other things, but then they don't have to pay you for that benchmark. Correct. So how do you make money off your benchmark if all the universities are giving you their data for free and then you're trying to hawk it to the next university, but they're giving you their data for free? So what's the model for that? So the revenue comes in through two areas. There's the software license, so the model that we have, our proprietary modelling software. We charge a licensing fee for that, and we also charge a consulting fee for the building of the initial model and then updating of that model on a regular basis. Okay.
How different is the model between universities? Like how much customisation is involved?
Yeah, so we've got a standard methodology that we develop, but there are differences between business rules and everything that get enacted, that get implemented into the models. And in fact, on our benchmarking tool, we've developed what the differences are, so they can see how other universities, what types of business rules they use to allocate costs within their university. So they've got a bit of a feel.
Can you give us an
for,
example,
how
just so
different
that
they
it's
are.
a bit easier to understand what kind of business rules you're talking about?
I can pull up something right now. Let me just just going into the actual tool itself. So the whole idea is to provide the data back to the sector for the benefit of the sector, because we do the same with the Melbourne Centre for the Study of Higher Education. Again, with client permission, we provide them with data for free to analyse, so they can analyse and have a look at the important details that are helpful to the sector.
I mean, how many variables could there be? I mean, there's, obviously, the staff costs are presumably the primary cost input in course delivery. I don't know, nominal rent, or what there doesn't appear to be that many variables, and presumably your staff costs are contingent on whatever the rates are for your enterprise agreement that applies to the university. So you can calculate how much the staff cost input is.
I can speak to this.
Yeah.
We obtain the actual general ledger information from each client, so they're audited financials. So that goes down to the lowest level. So if you buy an airfare for $300, we've got that transaction. If you pay, 10,000 staff, we've got that at the lowest level. So we obtain that data by cost center, account code, fund, project code, amount, month, date, etc. We get the lowest level of transaction data. So that could be 1 million rows of data for one client because it covers the entire year. We get payroll data for staff, so we can actually determine that, that person A was paid $28,000 and they were 0.3 of an FTE for the year. They started in August and continued to the end of the year, etc. We obtained student data at the lowest level, so we can see for a given subject, all the students enrolled, what field of education that subject was, what degree they were studying,
Ms.
what
Brooke,
campus.
could I just jump in right there?
Yep.
Who gives you permission to see that data? Do the staff give you permission to see their payroll data? Does the student give you permission to see their enrolment data? How do you get permission to see that data at that level? Because you've said there's a level of granularity that you can see individuals' transactions. So I, as a staff member, I go out for a taxi ride, you can see my receipt. Who gives you permission to do that?
The university provides it to us. So we provide them with so at the beginning of every model implementation, we do a scoping study, which is the university provides us with an extract of the data that is required to build a model, and we go through it and test that it's fit for purpose and there's no major data gaps or anything like that.
So you don't ask the university whether they've asked their staff whether they can provide an external consultancy with information about their payroll and their personal details? That's not something you worry about. You let the university.
That's not our remit. No, no.
Can I?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I just ask you? I understand. I've just been looking through your website. You track the course efficiency and cost management by split of permanent and casual staff. Is that correct?
Where a university has that data, yes.
Okay, so I'm looking at one of the blog posts on your website. Granular staff cost allocation. You say traditional accounting typically shows total salary expenses by department, but your insights model reveals the precise allocation of permanent versus casual academic staff across specific courses and programs. Are you aware of how that is then used, that data?
how we use it or how it's used internally?
Why it's, I guess, how it then spits out back at the university and how the university then uses it.
So a university can provide us that within this school or discipline, these staff taught subject A, B, and C either by hours or percentages. So we can allocate time and effort and hours through to those subjects and therefore to degrees. The resulting reports are then available. So we develop a suite of reports for clients. They can then develop their own, and we don't have any visibility of what reports they develop internally.
I see.
How they use that data internally. If they wanted to look at staff allocations to subject, it would mimic what they gave us.
So you've got here an example. You say, for instance, the Bachelor of Psychology program that's been used as the example here shows that permanent academic staff represent only 26 to 32% of total academic costs, with the remainder split between casual academics, 19 to 20%, and professional staff, both permanent and casual. This granular view enables much more sophisticated workforce planning and cost management.
What does that mean?
This is interesting for us because if these reports are being used to justify job cuts and restructures, that can be quite a problem under various enterprise bargaining agreements and other things. Has that ever been sort of brought to your attention as an issue, or is it just you provide the data and what it gets used for is sort of not your issue?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, we will do all that modelling and analysis, all that modelling for them and building those reports. But then how they actually use that inside the organisation, what decisions they make, we don't get involved in that.
Ms. Boyd, sorry, could you just read that last bit about...
says this granular view enables much more sophisticated workforce planning and cost management.
So sorry, Mr. Patterson, I just want to pick up on that because when I think it was one of the first questions you said, we don't provide any analysis. You're providing a pretty heavy hint there though, aren't you? So you're not saying what you should do, but you're saying, look here, because we can make this more efficient for you. So it's a fine line between a very sort of heavy suggestion and an analysis of the actual figures, isn't it?
Yeah, because what we're trying to do is try and figure out how they could possibly use the results of the models to better manage their organisations.
Sorry, Mr. Patterson. Sorry to interrupt you. And I know Ms. Boyd, but that's a little disingenuous. How they possibly might use that when you've suggested that they could make cost savings out of looking at the staffing levels. You're suggesting to them that they can make cost savings out of looking at their staffing.
That's one thing they can do. I mean, one of the other things we've been looking at with our models is particularly looking at margin improvements inside universities without having the requirement to reduce staffing. So are there ways that universities can increase their financial performance from a margins perspective without having to reduce costs on the personnel side?
So just a couple more questions on this then. So, for example, the Macquarie Agreement, the EBA, Clause 12.2, states that the university will not use casual employment to perform work that could reasonably be performed on a continuing or fixed-term basis. When a university has an agreement like that in place where it simply, cannot take into account the sort of maximum efficiency of casual versus permanent, as though it's not bound by any rules, do they give you that information so that you can then ensure that your model gives them the data they need to make decisions that won't breach their agreement, or is there no sort of parameters put around the model that you then provide to them?
Yeah, so I've got no specific example that relates to that. If they want to provide us with changes they want made to the models, they can, and we're completely open to making changes If they bring that to our attention and say, look, we need these changes made in the model so that we don't go through those, that we don't include that particular data, but we don't sit down and go through all their rules and regulations on what should and shouldn't be in there. It'll be up to them to let us know any changes they want made.
So is your model law agnostic across the board? You don't take into account any of the legal frameworks when you're coming up with your model. You're just operating in a data vacuum for any aspect of higher ed.
Yeah. So we'll have a standard methodology that we use, and standard data sources that we use, standard business rules that we use to build up that initial model, and then we provide that to the university, and they can go through and have a look at what the outputs are of those models, and they can make as many suggestions as they want to change those models to reflect
Can I just ask, is
whatever the particular issues are.
Mr. Dio and then Ms. Boyd.
one of the factors that's built into the model is the proportionate student mix between university help places and international students? So you at a granular level, you'll look at a course and see what proportions are international and domestic. That goes to the profitability, presumably, of a particular course. And does that, I mean, in your observation over time, obviously your benchmarking, has that led to, do you observe shifts in the behaviour of the universities in terms of how they're structuring that composition?
Good question. I haven't seen changes in behaviour. I mean, we do model that.
You do make like an overarching analysis as part of your benchmarking process at how universities in this cycle of data and analysis and then implementation, how that's shifting the overall behaviour of universities.
We can see trends over time in the benchmarks.
So
yes.
What kind of shifts are you observing, for example, in terms of the staffing complement in relation to courses? Are universities, for example, trying to deliver more courses with less experienced staff? Presumably, if you're a first year lecturer, you're lower on the incremental scale, you're marginally cheaper, so it's better to engage more of those than sort of more experienced staff. So, is that an observable trend that you've been able to detect in your analysis over time?
Yeah, I couldn't report on that.
You could take it on notice if you.
Our models don't go down to that. The majority of our models don't go down to that individual staff level. So a number of the models, the personnel are rolled up. So there's no way to identify that this was a level A academic versus a level E academic. And we don't, in the benchmarking data, we don't provide any trends on overall levels of academics or anything. It's just purely academic FTE, casual academic FTE, and professional FTE.
Can I just, sorry, I've got to go to Ms. Boyd. Just on that, I thought you said you went down to a very low level of granularity with costs, and the difference between a level A and a level E is huge in terms of cost per subject if you're trying to allocate costs. You don't include that?
It depends on the client. So not all clients can provide very detailed workload data. So some can provide that this level E taught subject 1, 2, and 3. Others might just say that for this particular discipline of ancient history, it was a split of 40% of their time was spent teaching, and we don't actually get the detailed subjects. So we do get that spectrum of data that's available from clients.
Sorry, Ms. Boyd.
That's okay. So is your software able to produce a report that would then rank an individual academic's research performance?
No.
You
Definitely
can't
not.
do that? No. Okay.
No.
So in relation to that, question about, because there was some nodding on the screen, but I think perhaps when Mr. D'Adam was asking questions, Hansard wasn't able to pick up those nods in relation to the revenue streams. Just looking again at your website, you say revenue stream dependencies. Traditional accounting might show total tuition revenue, but the Insights model reveals Commonwealth grant scheme dependency varies dramatically by program, with some courses receiving 2.8 times their expenses in CGS funding while others receive none. HEX revenue concentration in specific program types, creating vulnerability to policy changes. International student revenue clustering in particular faculties, creating both opportunity and risk concentration. So presumably then from your software, a university could look at a particular course and based on what it thinks it's going to attract in terms of international students, it would then be able to work out which courses to cut. Is that the idea, that there was, if you had something that was really not attracting international students, that that might be a less desirable course for a university to keep operating? Is that the purpose of that?
There's a range of reasons. So just because a degree or a course does not have international students is definitely not a reason to stop teaching that course. There are a massive number of degrees that are still profitable and they only contain domestic CGS students. It does depend on the discipline. So because of the way that the JRG funding occurs, there are some that are more, that may have a higher margin than others. The mix between international and domestic students will play or can play a part in the margin of that degree, but it's definitely not the only reason. There will be numerous other reasons why you may need to continue teaching that subject or course, other than just plain margin.
So I think the final thing from this very informative website, thank you, it says resource utilisation inefficiencies. Quote, the detailed tracking of delivery hours, preparation time and student engagement reveals hidden inefficiencies. Disproportionate preparation time for some courses relative to actual delivery hours, as given as an example. This, again, I know you're not responsible for how your model is used, but is that then leading to, is that driving work intensification then? If that model is sort of tracking that sort of data, is that the purpose that universities are using it for, to try and maximise the amount of work they get out of each academic?
I think as part of the benchmarks, so we report on where that client sits in comparison to our other clients within that within the sector, and they see the median of that particular dimension or benchmark that they're looking at. So if they can see that on average for ancient history, there's a certain an average number of hours needed to teach, prepare and mark and assess a particular discipline, then they will see where they sit in that range. So are they doing it in the bottom quartile, or are they in the top quartile with respect to the number of hours needed to teach? So what they do with that information is entirely up to them and is internal to that institution. It just gives them where they sit.
Yeah, and it's
compared to the other clients.
And it's just quantitative rather than qualitative, so you're not looking at whether
Definitely.
that then results in a better course delivery.
Yep.
So where do you get that data from then? Does that mean that academics are having sort of every hour of their day tracked and then that information is being given back to you? How do you get that data?
So clients provide us with workload data, and as I mentioned before, there is a spectrum of detail across our Australian clients. So some can provide it by individual, so they can tell us that this professor in this discipline taught subject 1, 2 and 3 for, this was 5% of their time, this was 10% of their time. Others just say that they spent 40% teaching and 40% doing research, and we don't get that granular level of detail.
I'm going to go to Miss Merton. Miss Brooke, every time you say ancient history, I flinch because that's one of the areas that Macquarie did cut after you guys spoke to them. So maybe we use another example. It's making me think we've got Macquarie in here later, so you don't want to rev me up too much before they get here. I'll pass over to Miss Merton.
Thank you very much, and to the three of you. Mr. Patterson, this might be more for you. At the opening, you spoke of the work that you do for the universities. I think there were 6 universities in total you spoke of. Just wondering whether you've got any direct contracts in place with either of those universities for this work you provide.
Yes, we do. Yes. So at the moment, of those 6, we're currently updating all their models.
Mm-hmm. Would you be able to provide details in terms of and if you want to take this on notice, happy to do that, in terms of what the value of those contracts are to each university and possibly what the history might have been in terms of over the last, 5 years or since your offering was made available?
Sure. So the current financial year,
yep.
And so this is what's been invoiced and what's to be invoiced for the current universities, and this revenue includes both software and the services to actually update the model. So Charles Sturt University is 95,700, Macquarie University is 107,415, University of New England is 90,860, University of Technology Sydney is 91,960, Western Sydney University is 87,780 and University of Wollongong is 46,530.
Thank you. And in terms of the procurement for such work, is it closed or an open procurement arrangement?
It's usually just direct purchase order. Yeah. So it's not an open tender. It's usually just direct purchase order.
Mm-hmm. Are there other providers doing similar work to you in this space in terms of modelling?
I believe so. Just trying to think off the top of my head. I mean, all the consulting firms do this type of modelling.
Right. And in terms of the nature of this work, how is it categorised or considered? Is it consulting or?
What's it categorised on?
Yeah, or is it business advisory? Just in terms of, I guess, just a bit of transparency about where universities are spending their money. How would you be categorised or captured?
Might come under contractor, maybe on the university side. The software will come under a software spend, and for some of the New South Wales universities, we have the IT, the master IT. What's it called? It's the Master IT Agreement for the New South Wales Government. Master IT Supply Agreement.
Okay, thank you. Is there a requirement by government, federal government, for unis to provide a level of transparency, which is what this modelling may produce?
There was the federal government survey into the transparency of cost, which was run by Deloitte for a few years, and it hasn't been run for
since 2022.
Since 2022.
Okay, all right. Yep. No.
Can I ask one
more from you and then
more?
Yep.
So if a report is produced and that then results in a decision to cut or restructure sort of based on that report, how would staff and unions be able to view the underlying data? Is that something that is then available at the university's end? Like, again, I understand that you're not responsible for that decision, but how do they then analyse that data to make sure that it does what it said it did?
Yeah, so the data is available to our primary users, which is usually in the finance office, and some of them share it with schools within the university. Some just have it within the finance department. We're trying to make it as easy as possible to share the data with as many people as they can by actually starting to implement an enterprise license, which means they have unlimited users. So, but then they control who has access to that data from the finance office.
Can I ask, one of the things that we've heard across the inquiry is that often the data provided to external analysts doesn't actually reflect the reality of the ground. And I've been an academic in a business school, and sometimes what you're told is what's happening in your school is absolutely not what's happening in your school, but the central data says something different. Do you seek to verify your data at all by talking to staff?
Yeah, so the core data we get is from the standard central systems, so finance, HR, payroll. And one of the benefits of this type of modelling is that when it does get sent to schools and faculties to review, they can pick up any problems. So if anything looks a bit weird, they can actually feed that back and say, no, that's wrong.
Isn't it if it gets sent to them, they can review it?
If it gets sent to them.
If it gets sent to them, not when it gets, when it gets sent to them.
So we don't know if they do provide that to every school and faculty. In fact, we gave a presentation of our benchmarks to the Deans of Sciences, just to let them know that this type of data exists. But from our perspective, no, we don't know who they provide that data to inside the university.
And just going, sorry, Ms. Brooke.
I was just going to point out, it's important to note that the dollars that the general ledger that we receive is audited and needs to reconcile back to each client's annual report each year. So we're not getting data that no one's seen. It's been signed off by whoever their auditor is, or the AO, etc. And likewise with their student data, the student data that we get is what they provide to the federal government on an ongoing basis. So again, there's been a whole lot of review internally before we get it.
I don't quibble with that. I quibble with, do you know what course I'm teaching? Do you know that I'm a 40-40-20? Do you know all of that, of that kind of level, which you say you go into? That can vary very widely between what's happening in a school, then the faculty, and then it goes up and up and up, and it can vary quite dramatically. And I guess that's one of the things I'm interested in is I've asked you about staff, and I've asked you about whether someone has agreed to release staff information, because when you talk about this granular level data, that means, does it, that you could potentially identify people? So if you've got granular data down to a subject being taught, that presumably means that it's identifiable, people are identifiable in the data.
So most clients will de-identify their HR data when they provide it to us, and also de-identify their student data. So we can't tell who it is. It's just a hashed number.
Except if I'm teaching industrial relations to a postgrad group and I'm the only person teaching industrial relations to a postgrad group, and you collect data based on a subject code or a subject name, everyone knows that I'm the person teaching industrial relations. So it is identified. So if it was a research project and that was an ethics application, that would not be allowed, because you could easily identify me as the person teaching. So you can still identify from your data, can't you, who's teaching?
The reports that the report suite that we put together doesn't go down to the individual level from the HR data point of view. So it just looks at the general ledger data, and so it will show academic salaries going to that particular postgrad course, but it wouldn't show who the people were teaching it. So
no, but
we look at the general ledger side.
I know, but if we're talking about identifiability, if there's one subject with one teacher, you can take my name off it, but it's still easily identifiable that it's me teaching it, isn't it?
It would be to the people within your school, yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's not privacy isn't protected, is what I'm saying, because you can identify people from the data.
I
We-
suppose if people went into that level of detail, they could within that school.
But
yes.
If for that one specific example.
But isn't that the point of this? Isn't the point of this to be able to identify by subject, then up to school level, then up to faculty level, the costs associated with each, so you can identify areas of efficiency? So you need to be able to identify. That's what your model's built on, isn't it?
So the whole idea is to be able to identify the cost, and the cost is just a measure of
Well, the cost is a person in this case, isn't it? So it is a measure, but it's also a person who can be identified and who you're then implicating in, even though you won't say it in your report because you don't provide the analysis, but suggesting that they are more or less efficient based on the data you've got.
Yeah, I mean, our intention has never been to identify individuals, and that's why we try to, get hashed details and don't report individual names in the reports that we provide. Could people reverse engineer and try and figure that out? Yes, they could.
No, I appreciate you're not there trying to identify. I do appreciate that, Mr. Patterson. I'm just saying that it doesn't take a lot of detective capabilities to put names to numbers, and it has real life implications for the people who can be identified. I very much appreciate, we've taken you a few minutes over time, but we very, very, very much appreciate you being here. It's fascinating to hear about the work that you do. We might have asked you to take things on notice. We will most likely send you some supplementary questions.
Sure.
The Secretariat will be in touch. We are mindful that there's the Easter break in the interim as well. But thank you. We appreciate the three of you being available to speak with us today.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Professor Doughton, and thank you for joining us here today and making the time to give evidence. If I could ask you to start by please stating your name and title and swearing either an oath or an affirmation.
Sure. I'm Bruce Doughton. I'm the Vice-Chancellor and President of Macquarie University. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to start by making a short statement?
I would, thank you. Chair, honourable members, thank you for the opportunity to provide this evidence to the inquiry. No inquiry into university sector would be complete without recognising, I believe, the significant economic and social contribution universities make to our state. At a time when societies, governments and political parties are questioning the social licence of universities, it is perhaps salient to start out my testimony by noting that I believe universities have always and continue to provide incredible social and economic benefit to their societies across this state and indeed all Western democracies. All the professions which serve our societies, the doctors, nurses, allied health professionals, teachers, lawyers, architects, engineers, social workers, all have had university educations. There are significant discoveries happening at universities as well which provide incredible benefit to our world. One only has to stop and note the discoveries of universities in this country which have changed the health and well-being of our people and people around the world. To mention just a few, the discovery of the cochlear implant, the discovery of the cervical cancer vaccine, the seminal work around solar power, and indeed at my own university, many decades ago, the discovery of the basic technology that enables us all to use Wi-Fi every single day. These exemplify the incredible work done by our universities. Since 1964, Macquarie University has served as an anchor institution in Australia's first innovation district created out of this place, the Macquarie Park Innovation District. Through this role, the university supports a skilled workforce, drives research and development, and helps build an entrepreneurial system that contributes to local, state, and national prosperity. We are the home of an incubator and a deep tech incubator, and currently have 90 active startups and scale-ups with over 200 ventures supported to date. Macquarie University Hospital, Australia's first and only university-owned, not-for-profit hospital, sits at the centre of integrated research, teaching and clinical model, training healthcare workforce, providing essential care and the development of new therapies, including just last week, a world-first clinical trial of a gene therapy for a patient with a devastating condition, motor neurone disease, based upon a discovery at Macquarie University and the clinical trial in our own hospital. Within the Faculty of Medicine, for argument's sake, the production of healthcare workforce, hundreds of healthcare professionals now working in the New South Wales health system, produced over a short number of years. Currently, 287 enrolments in our Doctor of Medicine program. We strongly support New South Wales Government's priorities through strategic partnerships with universities, including the RNA pilot facility on our campus. We advance our equity goals through targeted outreach, including a schools outreach program with emphasis on the far west of New South Wales to lift awareness about aspiration and opportunity for participation in higher education. These examples reflect only part of our broader contribution to the well-being and future prosperity of our state. Yet universities are operating in challenging and changing times, with changing funding models, visa settings, increasing regulatory frameworks, technological disruption, geopolitical uncertainty, alongside emerging responsibilities to double down around student safety, equity, issues of artificial intelligence and foreign interference. At Macquarie, students and staff are at the centre of our university community, and we take that responsibility to them very seriously, balancing the need to respond to immediate challenges with our responsibility to the state to remain financially sustainable and future focused. Having studied the Hansard about prior testimony, it is my hope that this inquiry recognises well the contribution that all New South Wales universities make to the vitality of our state. I look forward to answering your questions as far as I'm able. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Professor. We appreciate that. And speaking as the chair, I 100% agree with the importance of universities and the social and economic benefit that they contribute, particularly the staff members engaged at our universities and the efforts put in by students, particularly research students, in that innovative ecosystem, if you like. So we're on a unity ticket with regards to the importance of universities. If I could kick off the questions, I just want to ask to start with, when did Macquarie University join the Business Council of Australia?
I could certainly take on notice the precise time that we did that, but it's a few years back, probably I would say maybe 5 or 6 years ago, but I could take on notice and provide you with a precise date. May I just interrupt for one moment? I have a significant hearing impairment and I use assisted devices. Is there a way we can turn up the volume, because I'm having trouble hearing you, Chair?
Okay, and I will...
That's very helpful.
Yeah, I'll bring this closer. Thank you for alerting me to that.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Okay, so you will take on notice the detail of when you... And who made that decision to join?
It was made in consultation with the members of my executive team, and I certainly brought forward the idea to them that we should join the Business Council, and as I recall, I discussed that with the Chancellor as well.
What does it cost? What does BCA membership cost annually?
Again, I'd have to take the detail of that on notice.
I'd appreciate that. Most recently, the BCA has taken positions such as opposition to changes to the New South Wales Work Health and Safety Act and has opposed pretty much every piece of industrial relations legislation aimed at increasing protections for workers. It also came out against the regulation of the big supermarket duopoly. How do these positions sit with the aims and purpose of Macquarie Uni? And as members of the BCA, do you provide feedback on these positions or others? And if you didn't or you don't, does the University Council endorse these positions by virtue of the membership?
University Council does not endorse any position of any organisation unless it is brought specifically before Council as a matter for consideration. Our engagement with the Business Council focuses across a range of areas in which they work and in which we work. We are particularly focused with them around skills development, and one of the principal reasons which we chose to join the Business Council was because we believe that it is very important that universities and vocational education providers are very actively engaged in working with business to understand and advocate for how skills development and how workforce development is going to occur in the service of promoting the nation's economic prosperity for the short, medium and long term. And we have representatives on committees of the BCA around those issues.
I understand that, and I suspect you're on the record about this, that you have sought to create an apolitical university. How does this sit with your involvement with the BCA, which is one of the most overtly political organisations in the country, that inserts itself in a wide variety of political debates, almost exclusively on behalf of big business?
Again, I would choose to distinguish between the advocacy for business and that being aligned with a particular political party or a particular political persuasion. Our judgment at the time we chose to join the BCA was that it was a peak body representing a very broad array of businesses in Australia, not with a particular focused area of business. There are many industry groups that do that and do it very well. But we made the judgment that the BCA does advocate across the political spectrum about a range of their interests, some of which we share, and as I mentioned before, particularly in the area of alignment around production of workforce and making sure that the new economy of Australia is well served by educated workforce that universities are involved in producing.
So do you see the interests of Macquarie University aligned with the interests of big business, and so that advocacy overlaps?
In some areas, I believe that our advocacy, as I've said a couple of times already in my testimony, does overlap with the importance of having university representation in hearing from and articulating with our views around how we can partner with employers of diverse businesses around the workforce that they are seeking from us to support their businesses. And that workforce extends into a variety of other advocacy areas with which we engage. We regularly engage as Vice-Chancellors with the New South Wales Government and the departments of the New South Wales Government around some of these same issues. We engage with not-for-profit organisations around the same issues.
I just wondered, is Universities Australia, are you a member of Universities Australia? Because they would appear to be the peak body for universities in terms of advocacy, or are they inadequate?
May I just ask you, you said, are Universities Australia a member of...
Are you a member of Universities
Yes,
Australia?
we are.
Okay, and are they not the peak body for the university sector?
They are a peak body for the university sector, yes, and we certainly are very actively involved with them, but we have a diverse array of organisations with whom we do engage around advocacy for the role of universities, not only in workforce production, but around R&D and a whole range of issues in which the university is engaged. Many state agencies included in that.
Thank you. If I could move to the restructuring that has occurred over the last year or so at Macquarie. There are several aspects of, I guess, the case for that restructure that I wanted to ask you about. One of them gets quite particular quite quickly. Prior to this current restructure, the arts faculty was returning a large amount of revenue to the university per year. Why was it so heavily targeted for staff cuts?
I thank the Chair for that question, and allow me to perhaps position the most recent change processes in a number of change processes that have gone on across Macquarie University over a number of years. The university operates out of 4 relatively evenly sized faculties: arts, the Macquarie Business School, a Faculty of Science and Engineering, and the Faculty of Medicine, Health and Human Sciences. As several years ago, the Macquarie Business School and the Faculty of Medicine, Health and Human Sciences, in the service of aligning their workforce with the work needed to be done, both the teaching and the research work, went through significant change processes. The Faculty of Science and Engineering did that at a small scale. In between back then and now, the Faculty of Arts had not been through the process at all of aligning their workforce with the contemporary needs of the faculty. So any implication that the Faculty of Arts was singled out is incorrect. It is part of a cadence of change processes that now all parts of the university have been through over the last few years.
So you're saying that the arts faculty needed to change because of the type of offerings it wanted to, the university decided were going to change?
A number of things were taken into account as we moved towards proposing changes in the Faculty of Arts. Those would include a range of external factors to the university which are beyond our control. Some of them I referenced in my opening remarks: funding model changes, regulatory environment, international student downturn, and so on. But also the reality that the demand for courses in the Faculty of Arts has changed over time, and the alignment of reorganising to put emphasis on courses and away from concatenation of individual units to make up a degree program. They had not been through any of that work to the scale or extent that the other 3 faculties had done before.
Okay, so we'll get to whether that's required just because other faculties have done it, despite the fact that they seem to be bringing in a huge revenue. But I have before me a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 subjects which were previously taught by permanent staff that are now being taught by casual staff. How is that a realignment of what the arts faculty is offering? Isn't that simply getting rid of permanent staff and replacing them with casual staff?
I don't have access to what you're
Would you like me
referring to the chair.
Would you like me to read them to you? So in media and comms, we have health bodies, media, social media, journalism research from data to story, previously taught by ongoing members of staff, now taught by casuals. Sociology, human services in the 21st century, social inequality, policy ideas in the future, now taught by casual staff previously. And again, in politics, there are 5 subjects.
Okay, so I'd need to take on notice the specifics of the data you have presented there to be able to confirm if what is being proposed is in fact what is happening.
Because that would raise concerns that those redundancies are actually sham redundancies, wouldn't it? If the teaching that's still occurring for subjects that had previously been taught, it would be concerning that would maybe those redundancies weren't actually legitimate.
Well, thank you, Chair, for that. I would again offer 2 comments there. One is, again, repeating what I've said, that I don't have the information to hand to verify what I've already stated. And again, I can't speak to here now whether those particular units to which you are referring are aligned into the redesign of programs that are being designed in a student-focused and future-focused way, away from emphasis on standalone individual units. Some of the titles of those units, I have to say, just from what you've read out there, do suggest that they are quite standalone, and I can't speak to without going away to check.
Sure. I mean, I'm very happy to provide those and you can consider those on notice. Journalism research from data to story sounds very relevant to, but I'll give you those to take away and consider. Thank you, Professor. I just wondered, would you say that Macquarie University has a commitment to transparency?
I believe we do, yes.
If that's the case, why were university documents that were requested through freedom of information processes so heavily redacted?
I can report to you that all redactions, when we are asked to provide documents under the Government Information Privacy Act, are conducted in accordance with that Act. I don't know which particular documents you're referring to, but what I can assert that when redactions occur, they occur for a variety of reasons. Obviously, particularly if any individuals are named in them, there are appropriate redactions of that for privacy reasons. If there are confidential issues that are being raised that would raise concerns, for argument's sake, about security of information where it's stored, or if information is being under consideration, which might have, for argument's sake, finances or have numbers of staff who might be affected, we regard that as confidential information before a decision is made in accordance with the enterprise agreement to go out and consult with staff once decisions have been made about proposed changes.
Thank you. I've got more questions, but I know that my colleagues will have some. Ms. Boyd?
Just a couple of quick ones at this point. Sorry. Mr. Doughton, in your opening statement, you talked about universities being, I don't know what your exact words were, but being accused of losing their social licence or some sort of concerns. Can you elaborate what you mean by that?
Yes, I can. I think this is, my concern there relates not only to our New South Wales universities and Australian universities, but across Western democracies. I think there are concerns being raised about the way universities have operated for decades, and in some cases for a lot longer than that. And I think some of that comes out of where questions are being raised about universities in media, where there is a lot of unverified information being put out, particularly on social media. I think we see the media particularly and other agencies of society raising questions about our universities delivering what we are chartered to do through, in most Australian universities' cases, Acts of Parliament. And that's part of why I positioned my opening remarks around trying to reaffirm the value that universities have, and in my view continue to do very well in this state and this country. And we are being questioned repeatedly about, are we fulfilling the purpose of what we are set up for, to generate educated citizens for a democratic society, to generate workforce to be productive, particularly as the economy is changing and we need different sorts of workforce, and to do research that helps the public.
So I think there's a disconnect there, though, between your comments about perhaps negative media and other things around the governance of universities, and then the idea of, pointing out just how great universities are. I put it to you that the problem is not that people, that the concept of universities has lost social licence, but that the governance of universities has lost its social licence.
I thank you for that question, Honourable Member. And I can respect your position on that. For me, in the position I occupy, I can assure you the questions about governance of universities, which I think are well placed in some cases, are very easily being blended with the position I put about our universities fundamentally fulfilling their role to society. I think they are blended. Perhaps we don't agree on that, but I think the issues have been conflated in the media particularly and in other circles.
So I'm a Macquarie University alumni as well as a University of New South Wales alumni. And when I went to Macquarie Uni some decades ago now, it was a joy. It was a place of education. I really, saw it, as an extension of my schooling in terms of the ethos and the way in which education was being delivered in Macquarie Uni. When I look at Macquarie Uni now, I see it as primarily a business. And I share the concerns of the chair in relation to Macquarie University's association so closely with business. Do you acknowledge that some of the issues around university governance being in focus here is because of this drift away from being primarily a place of education to something that is now part and parcel of the business community?
And again, I appreciate that question from the Honourable Member. First of all, I was aware that you are an alumnus of the university. I would be very pleased to welcome you back to your alma mater and any member of the committee and to walk around campus with me and talk with students today and ask them how happy they are. And I can guarantee you the vast majority of Macquarie University students who love being on campus, enjoy being there, will reflect a happiness that you experienced during your time with us. But to return to your particular point, universities have become large and complex institutions. We can discuss, if you'd like to, why that has happened. I won't digress on that at the moment. But we are large and complex organisations. In terms of the oversight of that by the University Council and the executive team, the governance of the university, we have worked assiduously over recent years and for almost the entirety of my time to put in place good governance. We have taken heed to the recent reports that have come out from various agencies of particularly federal government around university governance, we have benchmarked ourselves against the extensive list of principles that came out from the expert council on university governance, and we have discussed that at council on several occasions, and we have found that by and large we stack up very well against that. We have identified a small number of areas where we can improve, and we are very committed to do that. In fact, earlier this week, our Chancellor, Dr. Martin Parkinson, has written to the entire university community outlaying where we are up to with that. That is not his first communication to the entire university community. He has laid out the things that we are putting in place to be absolutely aligned with the recommendations out of that important piece of work that reported last year.
So just one more question if I can. So in your opening statement you talked about Macquarie invented the wireless local area network technology based on radio transmitting microchips, and which was the foundation of Wi-Fi, which is a incredible thing to achieve. And again, when I look at that having happened in the past compared to now, when my understanding is you're proposing to cut 23 lecturers across all 4 schools in the Faculty of Science and Engineering, are we going to have amazing research coming out of Macquarie in another few decades? We'll be looking back on that when there's this level of cuts being made for what appears to be business reasons rather than educational reasons or reasons for society.
Again, my thanks for the question to the Honourable Member. The cuts that have been made of staff at Macquarie University have been relatively small, and I would point out that the majority of those reductions in staff have occurred through either voluntary redundancy or pre-retirement contracts, and in fact all of them in the Faculty of Science and Engineering have arisen as a result of either voluntary redundancy or pre-retirement contracts, largely from individuals who were planning to retire in the foreseeable future. They are relatively small compared to the total staff size, and I can point to many examples where the amazing discoveries to which you've referred are ongoing. In fact, if we look at data from the last 2 years, Macquarie University is number 2 in Australia in creating spin-out companies from intellectual property created at the university, and the vast majority of those spin-out companies have come from the Faculty of Science and Engineering. So I'm not concerned about losing our momentum in terms of research.
Thank you, Professor. I'm going to hand over to Ms. Rachel Merton.
Thank you very much, Professor. If I could draw your attention to the Australian Research Council has expressed alarm over political activism by academics in confidential documents that reveal its frustration over a publicly funded researcher who called for the end of Israel, led children on a chant of the Infodata. Professor, the concern, the questions have been asked relating to Dr. Abdel Fattah. Are you aware of the criticism?
Yes, I am. I thank the Honourable Member for that question. I am aware of that, and I have responded to questions in the Estimates Committee which you raised to me about the same matter in the last few weeks.
Professor, does Dr. Abdel Fattah remain on the university payroll?
Yes.
Is it correct that a full salary of $163,598 continues to be paid to Dr. Abdel Fattah?
I'm just going to remind the member that this is an inquiry into the governance issues across the university sector, not into individual academics and their arrangements. So I'd ask you to rephrase that question to the Professor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah. Professor, how does this add up to the to your opening statement in terms of the sort of the university, the culture, the apolitical environment, and you just spoke more widely about how that's being upheld. How does this stack up?
I thank the honourable member for the question. I would note that I have not used the word personally of apolitical. I have not used that. We can discuss that more if you'd like to. The particular individual that you have referenced earlier, and to which I believe you are referring now, that individual's work is funded entirely by an ARC grant. As you're aware, the university was asked to investigate a range of matters about our handling of that grant and the performance of that grant, which we have done, and we have provided that report back to the ARC, and they have put it through their own internal processes of discernment and review, and they have reactivated that grant and allowed the work to proceed.
Thank you. Professor, if I could draw your attention to a GIPA document that was obtained by the NTEU, and it contains 3 scenarios relating to cost cutting and reform at the university. It's been put to us by the NTU that scenario 3, which they report as why not go all the way in terms of staff cuts, being the conclusion and what's being adopted by the university. Would you like to elaborate on what that might mean?
And again, I thank the honourable member for that question. Without seeing the actual document, I'm not able to pass any judgment on what's in that. I'd be happy to take that on notice and respond in writing afterwards.
Thank you. Professor, how many full-time teaching positions will be cut under the 2025 change proposals?
The proposal is, I believe, around 60. I believe the number is 61.
Sorry, is it 61?
61.
Thank you. And that's full-time teaching positions to be cut.
The number of full-time staff is, I think, in the mid-50s, around 54 positions, spread across 61 individuals, I believe. But again, I'd be happy to confirm that as a question on notice.
Okay, thank you. And then just further to that, in terms of subjects being cancelled or cut or discontinued?
So, are you asking me how many?
How many?
I don't have that information to hand right here. What I can say is that the proportion of individual units being cut is small. For argument's sake, I think in the Faculty of Arts, I remember there is still a choice of units spanning over 600. And there are a small number of those that have either been discontinued or where courses have been arranged where a freestanding course in the past that might have been its own named degree becomes a major in a broader degree. So there are a range of complex changes that have been made. So counting the cuts of a course by number does not tell the full story of how academic disciplinary areas have been able to be preserved, which we have strived to do in the redesign of our coursework suite, as I mentioned earlier, to move away from, as much as we had as a university, of individual units adding up to a degree, a much more coherent planning of what is the whole degree, what units are needed to be in that degree to meet the aspirations of students and employers around particular disciplinary areas and professions that they might go into.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to apologise. Professor, I've got another hearing running concurrently, so I had to duck out for a minute and come back in. So if I cover something you've already answered, I apologise. But I just have a couple of questions. My colleague asked about the GIPA document from the union, and I appreciate you don't have that and you've taken it on notice. But in their submission, and they're appearing later today, effectively they make the claim that the decision to move towards sort of letting go of those full-time staff, their words are, they say it's a manufactured financial crisis, and they talk to the fact that there were different options, but their claim is the university made an explicit choice to go down that path. Would you have a response to that claim from the union?
I thank the Deputy Chair for the question, and I reject that assertion that is what transpired. In considering where the university is at a particular time, as we plan for the forward year and do some forecasting beyond that, we take into account a range of considerations, including the circumstances we find ourselves in, where we now have a capped environment, both for domestic students and international students. And I can report to you that for the first time this year, in my memory, having almost served for 14 years, we have declined to take students who wanted to come to Macquarie University as domestic, Commonwealth-supported place students because of the caps being placed on domestic student enrolment by the federal government. Our international student enrolments, I can report, in the first semester of this year have fallen short, in my view, largely as a result of damage to brand Australia in the international markets from which we recruit students by policies put in place by governments of either persuasion over the last number of years. And so we have fallen short. So taking into account, it has become much harder to project the runway we have financially, and the turbulence in the environment means we have to attend to being able to deliver excellent programs at the same time as being viable financially as a responsible institution.
And in terms of the domestic students that you had to turn away effectively, is that across a range of course areas, or what did
It's
that
across
look like
every
in practice?
faculty of the university, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have two other issues, if I can, Chair. The first is one of the themes, and we've had consultants in earlier this morning and in other hearings, has been about the consultancy spend and the transparency around the reporting of that. My understanding is that I think yourself and Sydney Uni are the two New South Wales universities that actually list that consultancy spend as a separate line item in your financial statement, so it's probably a little bit easier to see those figures. Is that something that you sort of made a conscious decision, or that your university wanted to have that transparency? Do you think that should be applied across the board for all universities around consultant spend and transparency of data?
I thank the Deputy Chair for that question, and I certainly am supportive around transparency there. And I can also report to this hearing that we have taken consultancy spend very seriously. I personally sign off on every consultant and every contractor that is employed at the university. It takes me a lot of work to do that, and I can report to you that our consultancy spend is in last year was $1.7 million. We used the New South Wales government auspice definition of consultants, contractors and other providers. We do have a range of other spending under contractors, which is largely related to services that we simply do not have the expertise to provide for ourselves, particularly in the area of IT transformation, which is a cycle of work over a few years to get us up to speed in modernising our IT systems. But in that broad bucket of what previously was called consultants and contractors as one line item, which we now break out, there are many millions of dollars that go into contractors who are part of shared research programs, where we are transferring money, where we are the principal institution for a grant, and there are collaborating institutions elsewhere where we send money for them to support their part of the work. That falls under that same category in the accounting rules of how contractors and other related services are provided. So we are very assiduous about, and we do not use consultants for advisory work around change processes. All of the change processes we have done have been designed internally.
Have you engaged Pilbara Group though?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so their data didn't inform your change process?
Correct. Their data does not inform change process. We do not use Pilbara, on whom we spend around a little less or a little more than $100,000 a year. They provide us a tool which we use for calculation of cost of teaching, which we have to provide those data to the federal government mandatorily.
That makes sense because they would have shown that you were making a large revenue, making a lot of income from art, so that wouldn't make sense if you were using their data. Mr. D'Adam.
Sorry, I just still have one more. Sorry,
sorry.
Is that okay? Sorry,
and
do you
may I clarify one thing there? If I
We haven't
might
had a lot of
share.
opposition time.
The implication is that the Faculty of Arts has been disproportionately treated in the amount of margin they bring to the university. That is not true. All faculties...
That wasn't the implication, Professor. I
Well-
didn't say they were disproportionately treated. I just, in fact, only referred to the Faculty of Arts. So with that, I take your point and happy to provide a question that you can respond to on notice because I don't want to interfere with the time for my colleagues.
Thank you. My last question is just the makeup of university councils has also been something the committee's looked at. There's been some suggestions from witnesses to have a higher percentage of staff and student representative on university councils. Just wondering what your view would be on that.
We certainly worked very hard some years ago with the New South Wales government at the time and the parliamentary draftsmen to align our university with the work being done across New South Wales universities to have relatively common approach about that. I am comfortable where our governing board sits right now, and I would add that we have recently made an appointment to our governing council of a very senior retired academic staff member from another university who brings a distinguished career in a couple of universities over a long period. So we have filled out the expertise on our council of having expertise from an academic who has a deep history but not from Macquarie University. We believe that's a very good move.
I just want to acknowledge the students from Kempsey High School who have come into or not Kempsey High School, from a high school in Kempsey Adventist, I believe. You might have some future students from Macquarie University behind you there, Professor. Anyway,
welcome,
thank you
Mr. D'Adam.
Professor Downton, can I ask you, is Macquarie University anti-union?
No.
How would you characterise your relationship with the NTEU?
We've had, we interact with the NTU around a range of issues, obviously around enterprise bargaining. We were very pleased some years ago to enter a new way of negotiation of our enterprise agreement with the NTU, using an interest-based bargaining approach with the Commission involved in that. We thought that was a very good process. The union declined to continue that process. We have a very open, transparent relationship with the union. The relevant committees are in place.
There's an allegation or suggestion in the Macquarie University NTU submission that
Could you
just bring the microphone?
Sorry, there's an allegation or a suggestion in the Macquarie University NTU submission that key activists and members of the branch executive have been targeted for redundancies. What do you say to that suggestion?
It's not true.
It does seem that that a significant number of the key activists are in the gun for redundancy. Do you think that creates a perception that the university is using the restructure process to rid itself of key union activists?
I thank the member for that question. I categorically reject that. We have no knowledge of who is a member of the union unless they are elected representatives of...
Come on,
They're
Professor
indeed the
Downton.
elected
Like, these are
representatives.
members of the branch executive. They're people who are clearly prominent in terms of their advocacy. Their position is well known. It would be well known to you who those people are. So it's disingenuous, wouldn't you say, to suggest that you don't know that these people are members of the union?
I reject that. I do not believe that is the case. What I can say is that if their academic field falls into an area where there needed to be reduction in members of staff, they would be in scope. That is the beginning and end of it.
Thank you.
So you don't think that that the relationship with the union is an important factor to take into account? The perception that you might be targeting people who are raising concerns in their capacity as elected union officials? You
I
don't
think
that's a concern that should be taken into account in terms of the decision making around positions to be slated for redundancy?
I thank the member for that question. Again, I reject any assertion that there has been any bias there, and I can't speak to perceptions.
Just a convenient consequence, perhaps?
I can't speak to any perception that anyone else might care to put on things, in the same way as we would not carve anyone else out for a reason like that. We would not carve out a member of a particular political party.
How do you satisfy yourself that that's not occurring?
Because I have worked with the relevant members of the executive team and the chief people officer who oversees these processes.
So if
there is
people
ample
who
opportunity for consultation all the way through. We have adhered to every single step. There have been a number of
people
delays.
People who are making these decisions, Professor Doughton, have displayed obvious anti-union sentiment. Doesn't that go to a question that should be asked by you as the leader of the organisation about whether those decisions are being tainted by that bias?
Again, I thank the member for that question. I have no knowledge of the assertion you have made there. It is an assertion, in my view, that has happened. I have no knowledge that has happened.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Dunn. We have kept you a couple of minutes over time, and I appreciate your staying there for that. We appreciate it. There were some things taken on notice. There will no doubt be some supplementary questions as well. The Secretariat will be in touch. We are aware of the break of the Easter weekend as well, but we will get in touch with you regarding that. Thank you again for appearing.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for making the time to be here. Could we ask that each of you please state your name and title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, starting with Professor Dixon?
My name is Chris Dixon. I'm Executive Dean of the Faculty of Arts at Macquarie University. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Professor Knight.
My name is Eric Knight. I'm Deputy Vice-Chancellor, People and Operations at Macquarie University. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And either of you have a short statement?
We do, Chair. I'll begin. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. The Faculty of Arts is Macquarie University's largest faculty, with over 13,000 students. We are committed to providing a world-class, transformative education underpinned by internationally recognised research strengths across a range of disciplines. Against that backdrop, I want to speak briefly about recent workplace and curriculum changes in the Faculty of Arts. These changes were not ends in themselves. They were undertaken to help us deliver a high-quality education that remains rigorous, relevant and sustainable. Turning first to the workplace change process. This was driven partly by immediate financial imperatives, including uncertainty about long-term funding. But more significantly, it reflected the need to align our academic workforce with the academic work that needs to be done. Student demand shifts over time. Enrolments in some areas have been in decline for a long period, while in other areas they are growing. For example, law continues to be an area in high demand among students, with more than 1,000 commencing students this year alone. We have a responsibility to respond to these patterns so we can continue to offer transformative learning experiences, invest where student need is increasing, and ensure the faculty is structured to do its core work well. In reviewing our curriculum offerings, it is important to recognise that curriculum review is a standard, indeed essential practice in higher education. In the Faculty of Arts, we have ensured students continue to have opportunities to study the traditional humanities and social sciences, while also being able to study professionally focused areas such as law, education and criminology. Indeed, our new criminology degree has attracted nearly 300 students in its just second year, signalling the value students place on programs that connect to contemporary challenges and future careers. Similarly, our revised teacher training programs have this semester attracted well over 1,000 commencing students. By contrast, we have rested our gender studies program, which has had declining enrolments for a number of years. Over the last 4 years, a total of just 6 students completed the gender studies major. At the same time, it is important to emphasise that we continue to offer a comprehensive suite of undergraduate and postgraduate offerings, with over 600 units across the Faculty of Arts. Let me also emphasise that staff and students have been supported throughout these processes, and that these changes have involved extensive consultation with internal and external stakeholders. We continue to listen and respond to all feedback. To conclude, our objective is to continue to deliver impactful research and a future-focused curriculum, underpinned by a commitment to providing a safe learning environment for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a joint statement, or you've got one as well, Mr.
I have one as well, thank you. Chair, honourable members, let me start by thanking the committee for the opportunity to give evidence to this inquiry, and I note a number of members are indeed Macquarie University alums. I serve as Deputy Vice-Chancellor, People and Operations at Macquarie University. I note that the Chair, in her inaugural address to Parliament, referred to the phrase in our national anthem, "With courage, let us all combine." She went on to say, "Working together is not always easy, compromise is not glamorous, and is open to misinterpretation." These words resonate with me and the work I have sought to contribute to and for which the inquiry seeks public account. It has been a difficult time at Macquarie University. I'm acutely aware of the many competing demands that we are called on to balance, and at heart the human beings at the centre of all that we do. I'm very grateful for the collegiality with which many of my colleagues have sought to approach that difficult work. It is never complete, and I look forward to sharing more with the inquiry today. I'd like to provide some context on the environment we face. Macquarie University is a public university, but public funding now makes up a minority of our revenue. Indeed, the OECD reports that across Australian universities, public funding accounts for about 50% of revenue and is falling. The OECD average is closer to 75%. At the same time, the interest from government regulators continues to grow. At the Commonwealth level, our principal regulators and oversight bodies include the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency, the Department of Education, the Australian Qualifications Framework, and the recently established Australian Tertiary Education Commission and the National Student Ombudsman. The university also engages regularly with the Department of Home Affairs and the Foreign Affairs and Trade, as well as Australian Security Intelligence Organisation. Financial, corporate and workplace compliance involves bodies such as the Australian Taxation Office, the Australian Securities and Investments Commission and the Fair Work Commission. Oversight of research integrity and funding is exercised through the Australian Research Council and the National Health and Medical Research Council. Independent scrutiny is further provided by the Commonwealth Ombudsman, including its higher education and overseas student functions. In New South Wales, universities are subject to additional oversight from agencies including New South Wales Treasury, New South Wales Audit Office, Safe Work New South Wales, and the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority. Integrity and complaints oversight sits with the Independent Commission Against Corruption and the New South Wales Ombudsman. This complexity is compounded by accelerating change in student interests, in employer demands, in technology providers, threat actors in our midst, and the different foci of different regulators. In my time on the executive, Macquarie University has had to respond to COVID disruptions, closed borders, restrictions on international students who, at Macquarie University, make up around a quarter of our student body, caps on domestic students, changes in visa regulation, the job-ready graduates package, and the ongoing challenges on the cost of living that imposes on our students. Between 2024 and 2025, Macquarie University has responded to a wide range of new requirements, including changes to student support and governance arrangements, the administration of practicum payments, new fee-free pathway programs, revised ministerial directions, the establishment of the National Student Ombudsman, the expanded TEXA expectations, and the introduction of the National Code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. Further changes anticipated through new funding models, revised mission-based compacts, and additional obligations following the TEXA legislative review and the introduction of ATEC. As a large employer, we take all of these obligations extremely seriously. This work is not easy. Compromise is not glamorous. I'm grateful for the effort and care that my many colleagues have given to the challenges we have faced, at Macquarie specifically, and the commitment they have given to doing the long-term planning needed to sustain our investment in curricula, staff, student services, research, and healthcare delivery. I look forward to responding to your points of interest today.
Thank you, Professor Knight, and sadly those references don't go to my H index anymore, but I appreciate them nonetheless. If I could start with you, Professor Dixon. I note that you were here during the evidence given by the Vice-Chancellor, and you'll note that I asked questions about the Faculty of Arts, given that I understand annual revenue is quite large, over $180 million, with costs being lower than $50 million, leaving quite a surplus. So we've heard that there is sort of a financial imperative with regards to these restructuring, this change process. But I also note that overall the university recorded a surplus which was almost, which is significantly more than had been budgeted. We've had other universities appear at this inquiry who have, I would suggest, also confected a financial crisis in order to legitimise organisational change. How do you justify the large changes to your faculty based on what appears to be very healthy revenue coming to that faculty? And indeed, I would suggest probably subsidising other areas of the university.
I thank the Chair for that question. If I may, I'd return to the point I made in my introductory remarks, and that is that the workplace change was indeed partly driven by financial imperatives. I think it is fair to say that whilst we were pleased to report a modest university surplus last year, the funding landscape remains precarious. It remains uncertain. The Vice-Chancellor has referred already to the challenges posed by domestic caps, and the reduction in international student enrolments is something that we do need to keep in mind. The second point I'd make is that the income that the faculty derives from its teaching is not evenly earned. So I mentioned in my introductory remarks that law and education have attracted very high enrolment, something about which we're very pleased. But other parts of the faculty attract fewer students. So naturally, and this leads to the other point I made in my introductory remarks, the workplace change that we embarked upon last year was principally about aligning the workforce with where the work is to be done. The teaching staff needs to align with where the demand is from students.
Could I just jump in right there? Because again, I note that you are here and I know that you don't have the benefit of the list that I have in front of me, because I have a list of 11 subjects that are now being taught by precarious staff that were previously taught by ongoing staff. So when you're talking about aligning teaching need with staff, the other thing that I would suggest to you, having been an academic, and I'm sure both of you have taught in subjects which maybe weren't Strategic Management 101, Professor Knight, or whatever your speciality is, Mr. Dixon. Academics across areas and across disciplines are well capable of teaching into other areas in an appropriate way. So given that I have a list of subjects that are still being taught by casuals, given that I no doubt from your own experience that academics can teach across a wide variety of subjects, and particularly in arts there can be synergies, you're still maintaining that line about not needing those staff, even though the subjects persist that they used to teach.
Thank you for that question, Chair. Yes, I do continue to make that case. The first point I would make in answering your question is that it's really important to to be clear, and I think your comments have led us down this, would lead to the same conclusion, that individual staff do not own particular units. Units do not accrue to an individual staff member because that may be something they've taught in the past. The second point I would make is that in the context of the change process that we went through last year, we are obliged to teach out a number of units on a short-term basis, and that may have meant, I'll need to check the particular units you've described, that they may be taught by a casual for this year. The third point I would make is that you referenced a number of units in media studies, for instance. We are in the process of revising our media studies offerings with a real focus on providing students with employability skills, the skills that they'll be able to take into the workforce. And that does not align necessarily with the skills of some of the staff who formerly worked in the media studies discipline.
Thank you. Professor Knight, you're DVC People and Operations, so that means that things to do with compliance with the Fair Work Act and the Fair Work, I guess, regime falls ultimately to you. You'd be aware of, the idea of sham redundancies and what that means industrially?
Yes, Chair. Have you got a question you'd like me to
I'm
respond to?
just check. So you're aware of the framework. You understand that.
I'm very aware.
You understand that if a job goes, but the work continues, then that's not a legitimate redundancy.
I think it's fair to say that I and Macquarie University take our workforce obligations very, very seriously, and we only look at forced redundancies as a matter of last resort. So, in this case, that was indeed the case. In thinking about the challenges that we face at the university, and I don't think we face a financial crisis. We did not use that language in our change papers.
I think I said financial imperative.
Yeah. The first thing we did was to think about what non-salary savings that we could make in terms of our various activities across the university. We also looked at vacancies that we could hold and then remove as a source of saving. We looked at pre-retirement aspects. We've looked at voluntary redundancies, and so certainly it is the case, as per our enterprise agreement and our commitments there, that any forced redundancies are very much a last resort.
That's really interesting, and I appreciate you raising that, and I appreciate the stated commitment to no forced redundancies, because already referenced this morning have been the GIPA documents that the NTU managed to obtain, which show a briefing about budget options considered by the executive, and which were 3 cases were presented. Now, much of it is redacted, but what is not redacted is that case 1 said was a scenario which was entitled no workplace change, and that scenario still managed to achieve the overall $55 million margin improvement required. There was a case 2 scenario, and there was a case 3 scenario, and this is what my colleague earlier referred to, where, referring to that scenario, the question posed by, I don't know who, because that's not clear from the documents. I don't know if it was a consultant who prepared this or internally, but the question posed was, why not go all the way? The implication being making those staff redundant. So if indeed Macquarie is committed to no forced redundancies, why then was case 1 no workplace change, which achieved the savings that were highlighted were needed? Why wasn't that chosen?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, for that question. Let me first say, as I said at the outset, that decisions around workforce are complex decisions, and they involve all aspects in the spirit of collegiate governance of the university in different ways. So they do not hinge on a single slide or a single conversation or a single model. I'm aware of the slide that you're referring to insofar as it appears in the NTEU submission to this inquiry. Mm-hmm. It is not a slide produced by a consultant, nor is it a slide that is produced by me, but I recall broadly the conversation in the executive.
Do you know who produced it? Whose slide is it?
I believe it is one of the slides that is produced by another member of the executive.
Which member of the executive?
So I think it's our Vice President of Finance and Resources, right, who is thinking about our financial position. But what I would say as it relates to workforce changes, as I said before, is that that is really focused on the alignment between the work that we need to do going forward and the workforce that we need to do that work going forward. So the issue that we are responding to there is the ability for us to fund work where there is not sufficient student interest, there is not enough employer demand, where we do not have research funds to cover that work. That is really what the workforce and workforce planning processes are seeking to address.
I've got some questions here that I was going to ask about why particular people in the Faculty of Arts might have been made redundant, but I might hand over to Mr. D'Adam because he was asking a series of questions along these lines, so I might let him finish my part of the time with those questions.
Okay, I might start with Professor Dixon. Professor Dixon.
So can you speak up just a little bit?
Professor Dixon, do you support censoring political views at the university?
I believe in the principles of freedom of speech and academic freedom, but I would also make it clear that I believe very firmly in providing a safe learning environment for our students.
I see. How would you characterise your relationship with the NTU?
Well, when you say the NTU, I suspect that probably 3/4 of my faculty are members of the NTU, and I would suggest that I have pretty good working relationships with most of my colleagues in the faculty.
What about with the leadership of the NTU at Macquarie University?
We have a good working relationship.
There's video circulating showing you ripping down union posters. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Why were you ripping down the posters?
Those posters were put up on open day. In places where we have not, well, let me just take a step back there, if I may, Honourable Member. There are certain notice boards around the university that are approved for people to put up posters, political posters, whatever they choose to do. The posters that were put up did not conform with those policies.
So do you think it's the role of the leadership of the university to tear down posters that aren't put up in the right place? Is that the role of a dean, of a faculty?
Thank you for that question, Honourable Member. What I would say in response to that is that I made a judgment that they were not appropriately displayed for an open day when we're presenting information to prospective students about the education they can receive at the university.
Do you think that conduct could be perceived to represent hostility to the union and its position?
Well, I can't speak, Honourable Member, for how other people might interpret that.
Do you pull down posters from other organisations on campus that are put up in the wrong place?
Thank you, Honourable Member, for that question. Yes, I have in the past.
Right, I see. And did that conduct result in any complaints against you?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Not as far as I'm aware.
Are you aware of, Mr. Knight, of any complaints against Professor Dixon for that conduct?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'm not aware of any complaints.
Sorry, just jumping in there, as the person responsible for people and culture,
yes,
and I guess ultimately the relationship with the NTU, do you endorse the tearing down of NTU posters?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. I mean, I think the relationship with the NTU is a constructive relationship, and I respect the various views that they have that may differ from management, and we have very good discussion both about change processes and also conversations that are held in our formal bodies like ASIC at Macquarie University.
But should your executive leadership teams be tearing down their posters? How does that help with that relationship?
Thanks, Chair. I don't want to comment on the NTU relationship or individual behaviours or individual cases in this instance. What I do think is important is if we are thinking about workplace and workforce, it's important to note that one's membership to the NTU, one's attributes of various sorts are not a source of targeting in how we think about those changes. And we have very important processes in our workforce to make sure that we give due consideration across different parts of the institution, different processes of the institution, to make sure that consultation is fair and wide, and these things balance out over the course of many different conversations.
Were you aware of the incident of the posters being torn down?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'm not aware of that incident. No.
That wasn't brought to your attention?
I'm not. It has now been brought to my attention, but I did not have. That is not a matter that I was previously aware of.
So you're unaware of Professor Dixon's obvious hostile conduct towards the NTU?
Well, I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Member. I mean, I have personally, I don't want to comment on Professor Dixon's contact with the NTU, but as a colleague in the executive group, I've found him very respectful, very considered, And also, the decisions in workplaces, as I mentioned before, do not hinge on a single person or a single slide or a single number. They are broad collegiate decisions that flow through into deputy deans, into course directors.
How can you
and
be
others.
satisfied? I'm assuming Professor Dixon played a pretty big role in the decision making around which positions were slated for redundancy. How can you be satisfied that though that sentiment that appeared to be displayed didn't inform his decision making around which position should be prioritised for redundancy?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think one of the important things that I think make workplace conversations robust and places robust is that they do not hinge on a single individual, a single day, a single action, but are levelled out over the course of time through consultation and through inputs from various different quarters. And so, I don't want to comment on individual members.
My question was to you. I mean, you have an obligation to be satisfied as the custodian of the university's compliance with its obligations under the Fair Work Act, to be satisfied that anti-union sentiment wasn't informing the decision making, because that would be illegal conduct under the Fair Work Act, wouldn't it?
So, to your question around how I am satisfied, I think it's very important to make sure that in our process, for example, if we are going to go through change, that we make sure that we have consultations with the NTEU, and we did through this process. It's important for us to make sure that we...
No, but that's beside the point, isn't it, Professor Knight? The key issue is you need to be satisfied that the decision making isn't contrary to law, i.e., that the decision making wasn't tainted by a bias towards union activists.
Thank you.
How did you satisfy yourself in light of the fact that Professor Dixon has displayed conduct that could be interpreted as anti-union? How did you satisfy yourself that this decision making wasn't tainted?
Well, thank you, Honourable Member. From the example that you described, you're talking about an action on open day in a poster. That is somewhat far removed from deliberate and careful considerations over data and presentations.
It is suggestive of a bias, though, isn't it?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Thank you. Further to the point of order that was raised in reference to me earlier, I draw your attention to the terms of reference at this inquiry, and I don't believe the nature of this question.
This goes to the governance of the organisation. To the point of order, it goes to the governance of the organisation.
I don't uphold the point of order, but I do ask that the member, maybe winds up in the next couple of questions.
Return to my question, which is, how can you be satisfied in light of the obvious perception that there is an anti-union view from one of the key decision makers, and it appears that members of the branch executive of the NTU are in the gun for redundancies?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think your question goes to one of governance, and as I said before, governance is a complex process that has many perspectives, not just the single perspective of an executive dean, and many different inputs into that, not just in terms of qualitative considerations, but data considerations. So in that respect, in answering your question, how can I be assured of the governance? It's to ensure that decisions are not made on the spur of a moment, on a single slide or on a particular activity, but are considered holistically and over time. And in that respect, I'm quite comfortable that we have met our obligations under the workplace agreement.
Is it fair to take into account in the decision making around which position should be terminated the possible inferences drawn by other staff about whether they should speak up on issues of concern if their representatives are being made redundant, and the perception in the staff is that people who speak up, who take on representative roles, the consequence is that their positions end up being made redundant? Do you think that's a factor that should be taken into account?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The focus for the workplace plans is to really focus on the work that the university needs to do going forward and the skills of that workforce to do that.
You don't care that members of staff might be less likely to raise issues of concern of the university. That's not a factor in terms of your decision making. When you decide to make members of the branch executive of the union redundant, that the perception that that creates in your staffing is one that you shouldn't raise issues, that you shouldn't speak up, Isn't that a very serious concern in terms of the governance of the university? And shouldn't that be a decision, that an element in the decision-making of the university when it chooses to make people redundant?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honourable Member. So, as per our enterprise agreement, a staff member is able to flag up any concerns that they have at any point up to the Chief People Officer, who reports into me, and that is a process that has been applied through the process of these change process, and that's a really important safeguard
Are you
to
concerned?
make sure.
Are you concerned that these people are being targeted for redundancy? These representatives of the workers are being targeted for redundancy. Are you concerned?
Remember, I feel like I've already addressed
No,
that
I've
question.
asked you about how you satisfy your concern about the decision making. I'm asking you about your opinion about whether you're concerned that members of the branch executive are being targeted for redundancy.
I don't have any additional information or data that raises concerns beyond what I've already covered in this discussion. Thank you.
I'm going to move to Ms Mitchell.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to stay with you, Professor Knight. You just mentioned the enterprise agreement. Can you just talk a little bit more about how that's applied, I guess, in the day-to-day, and particularly when you're going through these processes of staff redundancies? What does that look like in practice?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, thank you, Deputy Chair, for that question. So, in our enterprise agreement, we have a number of steps that lay out what the university needs to consider and comply with if it is considering workplace changes. And those conversations include the NTU and are facilitated through ASIC, which is a body in which our Chief People Officer, who reports into me, the head of the NTU for Macquarie University, is present amongst other staff to consider issues that relate both to academic and professional staff. So those four sit as an ordinary course of business and address issues that the union wishes to bring to the university or management's attention, and whether that be workplace related changes or beyond.
Okay, so when the work started last year around this change proposal, what was the timeline in terms of that consultation and when decisions were being made? Is there anything you can...
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Chair. I mean, maybe to make 2 points there. Before any change papers were put forward in the context of the Faculty of Arts and the Faculty of Science, which we've discussed before, there was an additional consultation process that was conducted across the university to talk in a more open way and a more general way about the methodology through which how our workforce in academic work is constituted. How do we think about the work, both academic teaching and academic research work? Also, how do we think about the workforce? And how are we, as the university, not through consultants or other sources, how are we having that conversation both in terms of the data and in terms of the kind of local judgment? So that process was a basis for its own consultation.
So when did that occur?
So that occurred in the first 3 or 4 months of 2025.
Right.
And that data is formalised, and I can come back if there's any further documents that you'd like out of that process. Having settled that conversation, faculties then proceeded to think through that work as part of their ordinary course of business. They did, but that formalised the consultation. In the case of the business school and in the case of the health faculty, they implemented that work. It did not need any formal change papers to comply with that work, and so they continued on, made changes, but not requiring any redundancies.
So why did it... Oh, okay, so it didn't.
Yeah.
So, and then I'm just trying to understand, in terms of, I guess, course offerings and student perspectives, obviously if you're making changes to faculty, that's going to have some impact on what you're offering. So how did those timelines align with, for instance, you know, what might be sent to UAC in terms of what students can apply for? What did that look like last year?
Yeah, thank you. So I think there are two considerations to be made there. Firstly, in terms of what student demand is, I mean, we have two data points that are important into that. So one data point is our census dates, which indicate when students have entered into a course of study. The other is graduation dates, so when have they completed a course of study. And so that data is all data that is relevant to understand the sense of student demand. I think you had a second part of your question.
Well, I'm just trying to understand. So it's been put to me confidentially that there was information that went around course changes to UAC much earlier than the conversation started with staff about redundancies, and I just wanted clarity around that.
So each year, faculties will review their curricula and think about the courses that they want to offer. And so typically UAC requires those courses to be listed in April. I think it's around the middle of April, 14th of April or thereabouts, in order for courses to be listed in the handbook.
Yeah.
So where there are courses where it is straightforward and there are no changes or considerations in amending those courses, then they proceed and go forward. Where there are still questions, they do not go forward. In the case of 2025, some of the courses that were considered were not clear in April actually proceeded into the handbook, and they were added in May, June, July, and what followed.
Okay.
And other cases, that's not the case. So it's really a case of dealing with the uncertainty, and then as that certainty resolves itself, whether for or against an offer, because this is all related to future students, and as that gets resolved, UAC is updated and the handbook is made public.
Okay, so if there was a suggestion that the university knew what they were planning to do with some of these staff redundancies earlier but hadn't consulted with staff yet, you would refute that?
That's right, Deputy Chair. If that were the case, for example, it wasn't the case, but for example, courses that were not listed in April but are subsequently listed, can account for things. And there are many examples of this, so I'm happy to go into specific details depending on where.
I'm just asking in a more general way. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
If I
Oh, did you want to add something? Sorry. Yeah.
Deputy Chair.
Yeah.
Just to return to the point that I made at the outset, that the workplace change was part of what we did last year, but the curriculum review is an annual process that we embark on every year, that we always look really closely at our offerings. We do need to assess how relevant our offerings are for our students. And it is the case that over time student interests have changed. They've changed pretty dramatically. So it's incumbent upon us every year to take a close look at what we offer in terms of our curriculum. The specifics of some of the changes that were made, we did circulate a curriculum paper in April last year in the Faculty of Arts, and that proposed a number of suggestions in terms of which courses might change or which courses might be cut. And in response to feedback, we did respond very positively to a number of suggestions that were made across the faculty.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Merton.
Thank you. And I'm happy if you want to take this on notice. I just in terms of the reference to the gender studies course no longer being available, wondering if we might be able to get any further details about any course changes in terms of what's going and what may be coming or staying.
Yeah, I can certainly provide that.
Yeah,
on
thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it.
Sorry, may I just add to that, if I might? In stating that we've cut the gender studies major, I would also like to emphasise that we do continue to teach gender in a lot of areas of the faculty. In fact, I would suggest that in just about every degree that we offer, gender is a consideration, whether it's a law degree or a social science degree or an arts degree. It's not that gender has disappeared, it's just that it's very clear to us that student tastes and student preferences are different from what they might have been 10 or 20 years ago. And rather than taking a unit, for example, in a particular gender studies area, students prefer to learn about gender in the context of other social issues and social factors. For instance, the intersection between race and gender, the intersectionality of those issues, is something that our students are much more invested in and interested in than a particular major in gender studies. But please be assured that gender has not disappeared from our curriculum.
Could I just confirm something though with that answer? Just because you didn't just have 6 people doing gender studies who were in classes of 6 people. They were in classes where other people took the same subjects because they were interested in that subject. So by cutting the major, you cut out subjects that other people were taking not as part of their major. There wasn't 6 gender studies students going around and sitting in the gender studies classes on their own. They were sitting there with a whole range of other people who took those subjects, which I presume now aren't available if that major's gone?
Thank you for that question, Chair. We need to think about the curriculum as a whole. And we've gone through a lot of work in the faculty and indeed at the university over the last few years to really try and make our curriculum an easier path for our students to navigate. And so, for instance, that means that we have, in a number of areas, fewer option sets than we once did. Now, I realise that might appear to be, in some cases, that there's less choice than there might have been, but what it does provide is a lot more clarity for our students in terms of the degree paths they take.
Okay,
and students have made it very clear to us over the years that they do crave that clarity. And I would also just reiterate that whilst we have indeed cut some units, we do continue to offer a really broad range of units and courses across the faculty. And it's also been suggested to me separately that we have somehow targeted the humanities or history or English literature. I reject those assertions unequivocally. And I would point there, for instance, to a new Bachelor of History degree that we've launched this year that has 4 separate majors in archaeology, ancient history, modern history and public history, which from memory, I think has attracted well over 150 students in its first year of offering. So
Thank
we
you.
have been very
Thank you.
invested in maintaining a wide curriculum.
Thank you for that. I'm handing over to Mr. Nava.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Dixon, just coming back to the line of questioning from Mr. Diadam, do you regret your actions in tearing down those posters with the benefit of hindsight?
I might not do it again if I was given the same
Are you embarrassed
circumstances
by
and
it, though?
if I was to know what questions would arise out of them. Pardon me?
Are you embarrassed
No.
by that behaviour? You're
No.
not? So you don't regret it?
Well, embarrassment and regret are not the same emotions.
So your regret only extends to the fact that this committee has asked a series of questions in relation to that conduct?
Thank you for that question, Honourable Member. What I would say is I'd refer back to the point I made earlier, that there are posters around the university that are put up in specific places and spaces where those posters should be placed. I made a judgment call on that day that those were not appropriate posters and that they were inappropriately posted.
Professor Knight, do you understand that having a senior member of the organisation tearing down posters could lead to the perception amongst one of your key stakeholders that there is a particular cultural attitude towards the treatment of trade unions? If you've got such a senior member of the leadership group engaging in that sort of behaviour, is it not reasonable for that perception to take hold with one of your significant stakeholders?
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. I don't want to comment on individual cases in this matter, as I said before, but I think the broader question, which is to making sure that we have a good relationship, a good working relationship with the NTU, that is something that I am concerned to ensure that we have a good working relationship with the NTU. We have a number of touch points into the NTU, as I've mentioned before, and our Chief People Officer does afford an opportunity for the union to raise any concerns that they have of individual member conduct, amongst other things. So in that regard, I am concerned to make sure that the union has good outlets for discussion and for raising concerns as part of any workplace changes or more generally in the work of the university.
But that behaviour to you doesn't speak to a cultural approach organisationally towards a trade union?
I'll remember, as I said before, I don't want to comment on individual cases. I also don't know that I have enough data to particularly adjudicate on a particular moment. As I said before, I think what's important here is that we've got a good system and good safeguards to make sure that we have a respectful workplace, and where there are concerns and issues, that they can be raised in the appropriate fora and adjudicated as they relate to important considerations such as the workplace changes.
Has the university been subject to a general protections claim historically with respect to adverse action that may have been taken against its employees?
I think, Honourable, I'd have to take on notice the specifics of what you're referring to. I mean,
Yeah.
One thing I'm aware of is the Safe Work New South Wales improvement notice that we received during the process of workplace changes last year. I think that was a very constructive process to make sure that we had taken into account psychosocial safety as part of these change processes. Of course, we do that by making sure that we have wide and broad consultations in any change processes. One of the issues in that improvement notice was to ensure that we'd also consulted with the work health and safety committees in the two faculties. We ensured that we did so, at which point that notice was
Could
then
I get
removed.
you to take on notice specifically
Yeah.
orders against the university for the misuse of redundancies in breach of the general protections provisions of the Fair Work Act?
Yeah, I'm happy to take any questions there on
Thank you.
notice. Yeah.
And can I, just before we finish up, ask a question? Those documents that we referred to earlier, which were part of the GIPA release to the NTU, identified a student-to-staff teaching ratios at Macquarie as being, by my reckoning, the worst in Australia. Was that taken into account when you considered which positions were going to either be accepted as voluntary redundancies, or the faculties or the schools or the disciplines? And could you I'll let you answer that one in a sec, but I'll get this in because we're nearly finished. Could you also provide a list to me on notice of the factors that were taken into consideration? You've spoken about it's a conglomerate decision and there's lots of things and it's not one day and it's not one slide and it's not one person. Could you please provide to me a list of the factors that were taken into account?
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to do that, and that is a public document, and I'll make sure that after this committee meeting completes that we have a copy of that. I think more generally, I don't want to comment on the methodologies of various different index and indices, but as you'll see in that document to come, an important consideration here in thinking about our work and our workforce is that we have permanent academics who are able to unit convene in various ways, units that we have, but also recognising that there is casual work for supplemental marking and tutoring, repeat tutorials and so forth. So all of those are considerations that you'll see in this document that was consulted upon.
And can I ask, did you engage Pilbara Group to do the work that they're doing both? I think they're still doing, I think they're doing some ongoing work. And do you use their data in your consideration of the workload?
Thank you for that question, Chair. Pilbara is not a consultancy that I engage out of my portfolio, but I am aware that is an information service at the university. And I can also confirm that that data is not used in any workplace changes. It is used for compliance reporting obligations to the Department of Education.
Okay, so it's not used in any, because their big sell is that they, can tell you about workload, but you don't use it.
Thank you, Chair. I can absolutely guarantee that the Pilbara is not a data set that we use as a part of our workforce planning processes.
Okay, do you use any external data set provided by anyone else, NOUS Group, any other, who maybe aren't consultants but provide a model or a platform or a scenario planning tool?
Thank you for that question, Chair. I mean, we have many different sources of data, but specifically as it relates to academic change and academic change processes, I can confirm that all of that data is data that we work on within our internal processes and models. We do not rely on any third-party data sources for academic change.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, and I've taken you a couple of minutes over. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you both taking the time. There were some things taken on notice, I think, and there will no doubt be supplementary questions. And the Secretariat will be in touch about the timing of that given Easter. So thank you very much for appearing today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us for this afternoon session of our hearing today. It's our fourth hearing. We appreciate you giving us your time. And we're going to start by asking you each to state your name and the position and swear either an oath or an affirmation. If I could start with you, Dr. Harrigan.
Yep. My name is Nicholas Harrigan. I'm the branch president of the National Tertiary Education Union at Macquarie University, and I'm a senior lecturer in sociology. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Associate Professor Matthews.
My name's Nicole Matthews. I'm Associate Professor in Media and Communications in the Faculty of Arts at Macquarie University. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Associate Professor Bayer.
My name is Jemana Bayer. I'm an Associate Professor in the School of International Studies in the discipline of Politics and International Relations. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And I believe you might have statements prepared?
Yes.
Okay, we'll start with you, Mr. Harrigan.
Yep.
Dr. Harrigan.
The staff speaking today are taking tremendous risks with their careers and the careers of their colleagues. Staff at Macquarie widely believe that staff who speak out end up targeted, both targeted individually and targeted collectively. When I joined Macquarie after 10 years of teaching in Singapore, I was shocked by how fearful staff in Australia, even full professors, are of management. Singapore's academy is not free, but Australian academics are more fearful of management than anything I saw in Singapore. I stand here as one of only 3 academics out of 14 sociology academics who kept their jobs after the 2025 cuts. 11 out of my 14 colleagues were sacked or demoted. Macquarie staff widely believe that sociology was targeted for collective punishment because I, the union branch president, worked there. I believe management did not sack me because they feared legal repercussions. Our Vice President, Jo Faulkner, was not so lucky. She was forcibly made redundant in December 2025. Our Secretary was in ancient history. 9 of 12 professors were made redundant. He was one of them. All 3 academic disciplines of our union executive were targeted. So please be aware staff appearing before this committee put themselves at risk and, through the risk of collective punishment, their colleagues. The message Macquarie staff have for this committee is simple. We are governed by a cruel, callous and incompetent corporate executive who are stealing from Australian students their right to a world-class education. Every year we witness quality education further undermined. Cuts to staff, units, subjects, degrees, contact hours, assessments. Everything except class sizes, which go up. The world's leading publication on higher education, the Times Higher Education Supplement, ranks Macquarie as the worst staff-to-student ratio in Australia, and has for every year I've been there. Macquarie has the 48th worst staff-to-student ratio in the world out of 2,800 universities on that list. 48th out of 2,800. Despite this, in 2025, management boasted that they were cutting over 200 subjects and 70,000 teaching hours in arts alone. Despite this, in 2025, management destroyed one of the best ancient history departments in the world. What does this mean? For staff, this means the degradation of safe, fair, professional workplace. For students, this is the theft of their right to a world-class education. For our common intellectual heritage, to quote one staff member, this is the human equivalent of burning books. What is management's argument for this? A budget crisis. Yet management's own figures show, for example, that each arts academic generates a $500,000 surplus every year, $500,000 for every academic in arts. We bring in $180 million in student fees and government grants. Our costs are $45 million. The university deficit in 2024, the latest year we have, was just 0.3%. Moody's gave the university a AA2 stable credit rating in July 2025. The university was not in crisis last year. Documents obtained by the union under Freedom of Information showed that management had scenarios where budget savings were made with no job cuts. They chose scenarios instead that sack staff and cut courses. You will ask, why does this happen? Don't university management want quality education? Management say they want headroom for strategic investments. These strategic investments are new buildings and IT projects. But this hides the other side of that headroom. Management's long-term vision is to push staff onto teaching-only contracts, sweatshop conditions that deprive students of being taught by active researchers. When they want to recruit, then they want to recruit a small number of high-flying researchers from places like Harvard to game the university rankings tables, and while the majority of academics are teaching only. Management's vision is a cut-price teaching, generating big surpluses for pet management projects, most of which don't make money. The main thing the university does that makes money is teaching through student fees and government grants. So management cannibalizes teaching, driving down teaching quality and driving up workloads, because it's the only place they can actually generate surpluses for their strategic projects. Money meant for frontline teaching and research becomes surplus for strategic investments. The argument normally goes, but these are just nice people making difficult decisions. In their private lives, I'm sure they are. In their paid roles, I'm not so sure. I will share 4 quotes that paint a picture. In Freedom of Information documents, when management compared the scenario that sacked fewer staff against the ones that sacked even more, they wrote, "Why not go all the way?" Last year, staff who were facing the sack were told twice by a senior manager that sometimes you need to give management dead bodies. In 2024, staff were accidentally sent an email from a senior manager who was sacking 40 of their 80 staff. The email was about a legally required town hall consultation. The manager said about the town hall, "We're not going to say anything in the town hall anyway." At that town hall, I personally witnessed what that one senior manager's boss, a member of the executive, said to those 80 staff, 40 of whom were being sacked. This executive member said, "I want to turn your anxiety into excitement," within the first 2 minutes of their speech, of that meeting. These quotes are the words of managers who, to put it sympathetically, have been brutalised by their role and lost their humanity. These managers are empowered by the centralised hierarchical corporate governance that, unfortunately, this Parliament's legislation a decade or more ago created. The executives of Australian universities and their university councils are effectively accountable to no one, and they behave like it, and it's ruining Australia's university system. What is the alternative? I think, in short, universities should be legally regulated cooperatives. Cooperatives can be subject to the same legal, auditing and market disciplines that are applied to the rest of the private economy. There's no reason to trust a cooperative less than a private-owned company. Cooperatives have been used by centuries by farmers, consumers, hospitals and professionals. It is how the best universities in the world like Oxford and Cambridge are managed. The current corporate structure of Australian universities is accountable to no one. It leads to cruelty and the destruction of our intellectual heritage, the theft of students' right to a world-class education, and staff driven into ill health, unsafe work and unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harrigan. Associate Professor Matthews, do you have a statement?
Thanks very much for asking me to speak. I'm an elected member of the University Council at Macquarie, but I'm not speaking as a council member today. In fact, I'm legally prohibited from disclosing discussions within the council or for sharing information I have access to as a member, so you may take a view on that. I'm speaking in my role as an employee at Macquarie for 19 years, as an elected representative on the University Senate for a maximum term of 6 years, as NTU representative on the University's Diversity, Inclusion and Belonging Steering Committee, and as a health and safety representative. In my view, Macquarie has adopted a command and control style of management that views staff as a threat to be neutralised rather than a source of expertise. Management has reshaped organisational structures to concentrate power in the hands of a small number of executives, and my maths isn't great, but 9 out of 10 of those people are men at the moment. The Diversity and Inclusion Committee structure, for example, was recently reorganised with an explicit rationale to remove a parallel power structure. If you report sexism or racism, the Dean of the Faculty is the person charged with taking that up the line. Similarly, if there are issues around health and safety, the Dean takes those issues up. I note that of the staff made forcibly redundant at Macquarie, last year 7 of 9 were women, and the university is no longer listed as an employer of choice for women. One of Macquarie's principal functions in its founding act is the provision of teaching and learning that engage with advanced knowledge and inquiry. However, academic experts have few opportunities to contribute to decision-making around what courses are taught and what research is done. Decisions are often rushed, secretive, and made by those without specialist knowledge. Where expertise doesn't match with management preferences, it's sidelined. For example, an extremely competent colleague who just published a book on artificial intelligence was recently removed from a role as course director because they didn't have a sufficiently positive view on AI. Another example, there have been no university-wide Your Say staff surveys since 2019, and the results of the 2019 survey weren't shared. The rationale for job and course cuts has never been adequately explained. Redundancies have been made in areas with booming enrolments. In my own discipline, media studies, described by a former head of department as highly profitable, we had a 40% increase in unit enrolments between 2020 and 2025. That's 120 extra tutorials every single week. But we were told last year we had to lose 7 staff. And this is in the context of having lost 13 staff during the COVID era to voluntary redundancies. Much of the work of these staff is now being done by casuals. Elsewhere, lecturers are being told to teach outside their area of expertise. For example, maths educators teaching early childhood students, or language experts being tasked with teaching technology. Constant organisational change, a perception of favouritism and targeted redundancies have created a chilling effect where staff refuse to speak up in meetings and even won't submit WH&S psychosocial hazard reports because, I quote, "you don't want senior management to know your name." I have a sense of dread about presenting in Parliament today, not just for myself, but also for my colleagues. As Nick said, the home disciplines of the branch president, vice president and treasurer of the Macquarie NTU branch were targeted for staff cuts, while the home disciplines of faculty directors and heads of school were all declared out of scope during the last round of redundancies. I note that in the wake of these redundancies, 2 of 3 arts representatives in the Academic Senate who were elected in 2024, both women and active union members, are no longer employed by the university and will be replaced by nominees of the Dean. In my view, the current governance structures are not well placed to manage these risks to quality education at Macquarie. For example, Academic Senate is prevented from discussing resourcing issues such as class sizes or the accessibility of buildings. These are described as operational matters, despite having a profound impact on quality, academic quality and standards. Such critical issues can only be addressed at council meetings because of this prohibition of discussion in Senate, and that's a body at which very few members have a background in education or even in the provision of public services. The lack of transparency of council deliberations means that staff, students and the community more broadly really cannot be confident that issues like staff-student ratios or casualisation of teaching, inclusion on campus, political bias or even nepotism in resourcing decisions are being adequately addressed. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Matthews. Professor Bayer.
Good afternoon, honourable members. My statement focuses on the personal costs of governance failures that have led to leadership decisions that are brutal and punitive. I speak of my own experience, but it captures what many staff have endured. Since 2020, my faculty has been subjected to a rolling set of change proposals, I believe 5 in total, including 3 restructures, 2 of them being quite major. All of these cause profound distress to staff. 2025 was a peak year of change in the Faculty of Arts, immediately following a destabilising 2024 restructure which was implemented in January 2025. In February 25, there was a workforce planning paper, and in April a curriculum review paper described by a faculty executive member as a stress test because it outlined programs to be shrunk or expanded. The atmosphere was dire. Then on the 3rd of June, the Executive Dean appeared on our screens for less than 16 minutes to announce a change plan which largely implemented the curriculum review. About 70 positions were slated for redundancy in arts. My discipline of politics and IR was the only one targeted in my school, and we were meant to lose, or we did lose, 4 people, 3.5 positions. As a member of the faculty's DEI committee, and as one of few, possibly the only Arab woman teaching Middle East politics units in Australia, and as the first in family to university, I felt an extra responsibility to highlight these issues to management. The committee responded to the change plans the DEI committees responded to the change plans alarming deficiency in safeguarding DEI issues, deficiencies which run counter to Macquarie's own diversity, inclusion and belonging framework. Our efforts made no difference. The implementation plan was rolled out on the 30th of October. Those of us in scope were required to reapply for our jobs, addressing 3 criteria: 25% research, 25% teaching, and 50% alignment with our school, faculty and university's future teaching and research needs. We were expected to do this despite there being no research or teaching strategy documents at the school or faculty levels. As such, the alignment criterion was, I would say, intentionally vague. On the 4th of December, I was informed of my redundancy. I'm currently appealing this decision that has the real potential of ending my career. The decisions were made by the Executive Dean, the Dean of Students, and the Pro-Vice Chancellor Research. When the news was delivered to us, our Executive Dean was conveniently abroad on university business. The feedback on my redundancy suggested I was sacked because I lacked alignment. My school offers an international studies program that crosses politics and culture. My expertise sits squarely across these fields. I am teaching in the new Bachelor of International Studies in 2 units, and this has started already this semester. My position is meant to finish on the 5th of June. There is a teaching need in this program as it has been expanded from 8 to 23 units. So I ask, how do I lack alignment in teaching? There are no plans to delete the 2 Middle East politics units I normally convene. They have exceptional enrolments. They have grown by 40 to 50% in the last 2 or 3 years. A casual will be appointed to teach my 2nd semester unit. How is my position redundant? In terms of research alignment, the question is even more murky, I guess. In August, that is 2 months after the change proposal was started, I was internally vetted for a future fellowship. Macquarie University's expression of interest process required me to set out how I and my project align with Macquarie's future shaping research priorities and teaching needs. I passed that hurdle and was invited to proceed to full application. The application included a support letter from the DVCR's office, which unequivocally affirmed my alignment with Macquarie's research and teaching needs. The future fellowship was submitted by Macquarie's Central Research Office on the 4th of November, exactly 1 month before I was made redundant. Again, I ask, how do I not align? I'll also add that I have a current ARC discovery project that it's in the last year of its life. The redundancy feedback stated that the panel's decision was taken to the DVCR for validation. That was their word. If that happened, it would mean that it was taken to the DVCR 1 to 2 weeks after the same DVCR's office submitted my future fellowship application. A climate of fear permeates the faculty, where staff fear retribution for speaking out. That's the feeling that we all have. I am in the middle of an appeal awaiting news of an independent academic assessment of the redundancy decision, a process afforded to me in the enterprise agreement. Being here is not without risks to me. My career has been derailed. My health has increasingly suffered. Even prior to this current horrible moment, on occasions I have had to battle to retain or be allowed to exercise certain workplace rights. One prolonged instance of this left me hospitalised and I spent weeks recovering. I have been spoken to aggressively and dismissively by the Executive Dean on numerous occasions. For instance, when I raised a question about the restructure from a DEI perspective. I am not alone in these experiences with management, especially with the Dean. Staff and students have been yelled at, repeatedly denied promotions and marginalised in a myriad of ways. The impact of these encounters is reflected in the Australian University Staff Wellbeing Report, one that was released recently. 56% of Macquarie's surveyed staff fall into the very high risk level of psychosocial harm, and this rises to 84% when you add the high risk category. Colleagues who faced redundancy have sought trauma counselling or taken extended stress leave. I am not a lone victim of these sham redundancies. Like me, a colleague with a grant application supported by Macquarie on grounds of alignment was made redundant. Another colleague, currently the lead chief investigator and second chief investigator on two separate active or current ARC discovery projects, was pushed into a teaching-only role on the grounds that their research was not strong enough and did not align. A member of the redundancy panel came from the DVCR's office. How or why, I probably should ask, why was all of this overlooked? 7 of the 9 forced redundancies were female. 2 women of Arab background were in scope, and we were both made redundant. Sociology and my discipline, politics, are left with 1 woman each. Culturally and linguistically diverse staff were pushed into teaching-only positions. There is an overrepresentation of neurodiverse staff in the redundancy pool. These are just some of the DEI failures that we warned against. What all of this suggests to me is those of us targeted did not suffer from a lack of alignment. What we likely did not align with was a new workplace culture where I, to speak of myself or my own case, a female from an ethnically diverse background as well as a union member, no longer fits what Macquarie's executive wants. Our faculty has been ruined by this brutal approach to change management and governance. Macquarie was once a collegial workplace. The last several years have turned it into an excessively unsafe work environment. And I feel that only a failure of governance could produce such devastating outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to note, given the content of all of your opening statements, that there is the possibility for this committee to resolve to go in camera, but that is up to you. Some witnesses prefer that, others prefer that their evidence is made public, but I want you to know that that is an option, and I'm sure the Secretariat spoke to you about that in the preparation, but I just wanted to reiterate that given the content of your statements.
I think we want to go on the record.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
If at any stage
Yeah,
that
I will.
changes,
Thank you.
please signal that to me and we'll take that into account. Well, thank you all for being here again and for those opening statements. It's hard to know where to begin. I presume that you may have seen some of the evidence that we've received this morning from other members of Macquarie University. One of the questions that goes to many of the things you've all raised that I asked of the Dean of Arts and the Vice-Chancellor was about the redundancies in the arts faculty and this idea that the alignment between the staff and the subjects being taught, there was no longer alignment. But I've got a list, and I'm sure there's more, of particular subjects that are still being offered but now being taught by casuals or other staff. Do you have any reflections on that situation?
I'm happy to start off. I mean, I think what the analysis that Nick offered is a pretty good reflection of what I suspect is going on. That has never been stated to us. That is that currently a lot of the continuing staff have got a research component to their work, and I suspect that claiming that numbers will drop is part of the process of replacing those people with teaching intensive folk. It saves a lot of money if you employ casuals instead of continuing staff. So this is the only thing I can suspect is going on there.
I mean, I would say it has been reported to me by multiple academics that classes that were taught last year by past staff made redundant or taken VR, voluntary redundancy, are now taught by casuals. We can get the committee a list of those, because I don't have them right with me right now, but definitely that's possible.
And can I just
remind? Yeah, sorry.
That would be great. And I guess I think one of the answers today was, oh, that's just subjects that we have to just finish off and then they'll be done, because it was said that they'd be offered or people had enrolled or there was some continuity aspect. Is that correct?
No, they're not. I mean, you take media, particularly because it is just surging with students. It is such a popular, growing area, and it was slated for 7 redundancies. It was. There's no reason that anyone can see that needed to happen. I can also just say with all of the disciplines that were targeted made submissions, and those include really detailed analysis by staff of the fact that these were not needed, these were not valid, there was tons of work basically for people to be doing. The university has committed to reducing the percentage of casual staff in relation to full-time staff, and it's in the enterprise agreement, but it looks like there's no way that they will meet that. And that's going to be driven partly by the fact that they don't have staff to teach many of the subjects that that they've got on course. And it's not just, I don't think it is just a transition problem. I think it is actually quite real, because there's no one in any of these proposals has said they're going to teach less students. They're cutting 70,000 teaching hours, but they're going to have the same in student enrolments, going forward.
I can definitely say that as a media studies academic. So one of my colleagues was made redundant. She taught into the course that I convene. Last year it had about 260 students in it, and this year it has 360 students in it. It's in the most popular major in the Bachelor Media and Comms, PR and Social Media major. It's not going to go down. It keeps, doing very well. And I literally had to find a casual to cover the tutorials that were covered by my colleague last year. That I did that a month or so ago. And the numbers in media have remained robust. I think we've got the largest major in the BA, and we've got the Bachelor in Media and Comms is high enrolments. I think they're pretty close to the Bachelor of Arts. Numbers are extremely robust in that area. I would note that, for instance, one area that continues to recruit well, journalism major that's offered in our area, we not only lost someone in VR, we lost 2 people through a VR process that took place. But subsequent to that, some of our recent hires who were absolutely on the cutting edge of research, looking at journalism and at AI, have chosen to leave the university because they kind of we were here for 2 years and we're having to apply for our jobs again. Another colleague who works on digital first journalism is going to be leaving to another university because it's just not a nice place to work. It's a very unpleasant place to work. So those people weren't targeted for forced redundancies, but the atmosphere of anxiety, not knowing what's coming next, not getting clear communications, having this conflict between seeing our booming numbers and then being attacked for redundancies, it makes no sense. So we're sitting around going, why is this happening? We don't understand. And people will say things like, we can't tell you what's coming down the line. There's going to be more changes, but we can't tell you what they are. Or you'll just get confused if we give you deadlines. These are a room full of people with PhDs, okay.
Can I ask the voluntary redundancies, because I know we had evidence from witnesses from the University of Wollongong, and there were voluntary redundancies there as well, but I recall some of the discussions being some of those voluntary redundancies don't feel quite so voluntary, so that in some cases people feel like they're forced into a decision that they might not else. Is that something that you've seen in your time?
I think in sociology it was particularly visible.
Yeah,
to be
I mean,
honest.
look, I have got emails and messages from staff who have said, I didn't want to go, but I've lost hope. And, you know, either I take this or I'll get kicked out. In sociology, there is no one over the age of 55 in the whole discipline. So any talk of these people being retirement age is not true, as far as I know. And all of the staff who took it, who took voluntary redundancies, they told me explicitly they did it so that they hoped that management would weaken their proposal to sack as many people because some of them took voluntary redundancy. That didn't actually turn out to be the case. Management went through with the whole thing, but I don't know of any person in sociology who took a voluntary redundancy who wanted to take it. And I know of a lot of people across the rest of the university who took it, you know, out of either losing hope or thinking you either take it or you get pushed.
Well, I can add to that. I can think of one person I had a conversation with who said, look, they've been out to get me for ages. If I stay here, they're going to find a way of getting rid of me.
Can I, sorry.
Yes,
just quickly.
yes.
I have a colleague who did take a voluntary redundancy, voluntary in inverted commas, I believe. He's not at retirement age. You asked earlier about the units. The units this person taught were modern political thought and political violence. These have been wrested and deemed against encountering the Middle Ages, and I think the other one is terrorism and counter-terrorism, so political violence will be deemed against a different unit for students. Another colleague who was made redundant, not voluntary redundancy, his units are going to be taught by a casual in second semester. Let me tell you what they are, and I want to say the title so that you can understand what Macquarie is proposing to get rid of. Contemporary issues in Australian politics and United States politics.
Well, clearly none of those are important.
No.
So.
No.
Who needs that?
No.
Flippancy aside, I did want to just go to you, Professor Matthews. You said someone, they're out to get me, and Dr. Harrigan, you spoke about in your statement feeling like there's a culture of not being able to speak out. Now, I'm reluctant to put you in situations where you feel you're going to say things which put you in more of a situation, but you may have seen or heard of the questioning by my colleagues in earlier sessions today to the Dean, the DVC and the Vice-Chancellor about particularly attitudes towards the NTU. And I wondered if there was anything that you were prepared to share which might shed light on the experience.
You can go, yeah.
And I gather from speaking to people who were able to listen in earlier on that there was an impression that the tearing down of union posters was a thing that only happened on open day. It did happen on open day, and there's a record of it happening open day. But it was such a standard aspect of life in 2024, 2025 in the arts building that we actually made a joke about it and put a second poster under our union posters saying, with a joke from Star Wars saying, every time you tear down a poster, it only makes us stronger, right? This is something that happened day in, day out. We do postering again and again just because we wanted to make sure that the next meeting, the union meeting, was being publicised or whatever. This was not a one-off. This was a regular event, and you could ask the question of whether that was a good use of public resources to pay senior management to manage the cleanliness of the walls in foyer areas. But I also documented the fact that other posters were left up. So non-union posters were left on the walls. They may have not been in the right pin board or whatever, but there were certainly posters that stayed up and never got torn down, and the union posters were regularly torn down. So, it was part of a culture of hostility.
And I would say, even to the extent of staff members who are not very political had a union poster on their door, and it was ripped down, but half of it was left up, which is quite almost sort of intimidating that you have this ripped poster on your door that you can see it's not supposed to be there. It happened so much it was a running like a joke, but also very serious. look, when the first change paper came out, there was only one level B, which is lecturer level, in science and engineering, who was targeted. Like, there was not one other level B in the first change proposal in science and engineering. They were named by their position, like they managed to narrow it to this one single person. And he's one of our most prominent union activists. He was the only lecturer in the whole of science and engineering who was targeted.
Are you saying there were other levels that were going?
There was level C, D, and
right,
E,
okay.
right? But there was no level Bs except this
for him.
one person, right? The staff fear is pervasive. I think it's not just about the union. I think it's really important to emphasise that no one feels safe. You know, I have so many people who want to be activists or want to get involved. And I've got a full professor in another faculty, and he's like, I'll get involved in the union after I have achieved another few of my career needs, because I know what will happen to me or my doctoral students if I get involved. You know, it's just regular. And it also manifests as a kind of, like, people don't want to say it, but they manifest it in everything, whether you speak up in meetings or not. You know, like, the rumour that is said multiple times that was one of the staff who was made redundant, forcibly redundant, was not in the union, but everyone who was in their discipline said it was because they embarrassed the executive dean at a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
This person did one meeting, they embarrassed the executive dean, and because of that, they were the person who was targeted. Now, no one can prove it, and that's the problem, right? Like, where do you find the paper trail? Where do you find the evidence? We have, you know, evidence that's statistical and evidence that's associational, but, you know, it needs further investigation. It would require, you know, us getting the GIPA documents, but all them not being redacted. But as you know, we get huge pages that are just blacked out.
I mean, just to add to that, the person we're talking about who was made forcibly redundant was trying very hard to do a good job in a very, very well recruiting unit. It was actually teaching tutorials of 90 students, like had taken on the responsibility of trying to manage these huge numbers that we have in media, and had immensely popular units and was very highly cited academic as well.
90 students in a tutorial.
I know.
Used to scream at 40.
I know.
It's not a tutorial, is it?
It's not a tutorial. That's a mass lecture.
I would have been saying, I'm not going to do that. But this
Sure.
person was being very obliging. So, not only not a union member, but very obliging.
Can I also say that I think that the feeling among staff is that we are to get promoted or to become a manager, like associate deans and these sort of roles, what you have to do is collude with management to reduce the quality of education for students. That is the basic equation, that management want to drive down the quality of education. They want to implement larger tutorial sizes each year. They want to shortchange tutors. They want to cut subjects. They want to restructure again and again and again. And that's the price that you pay for getting promoted, or the price that you pay for getting in a managerial position, is to collude with that.
Before I hand over to my colleagues, can I just ask a question about that? Because we've had, obviously, Macquarie leadership in here today, but we've spoken with other leadership at other universities. And I believe them when they say their aim is not to drive down the quality of education. I'm not arguing with you that that's the result, but is that the motivation? What do you think the motivation is? I don't...
Let me ask you a question. Law got virtually all their electives abolished last year. Like, why would it's? And I think our law school is one of the biggest in the Southern Hemisphere. It's like, it's so, I don't mean to be rude, but it's a very big law school. What do you call abolishing most electives? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like,
I hear you, and I hear what you're saying about the result is that.
Yeah.
But are university managements thinking, how do we reduce quality, or are they thinking something else? How do we reduce cost? How do we increase our surplus?
They want to reduce cost. Yeah,
okay, so that's what I'm getting at. They're not sitting there going, how do we reduce quality? They're prioritising something else, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I'm asking you to sort of suggest what...
Yeah, they are, but But I think that they can do the maths and they know what, like, there were a lot of teaching only positions introduced in the last round, right? So they would try and make their numbers seem smaller by saying, oh, we're going to get rid of all these research positions, but we're also going to put you people back on in doubled workload teaching only positions. I mean, they know what the result is. You know, we have limits on how many assessments we can ask, or even whether we can even require students to attend classes. Like, I don't know, like, it may be ignorance on their part, but I don't think they're ignorant to what the consequences of all of this stuff is.
Can I throw something in?
Yeah.
I was on Senate for 6 years, and so there were obviously conversations about ways of economising on teaching.
Mhm.
And one that really sticks in my mind was somebody who's no longer at the university, but very much had a similar view of the way teaching ought to be managed, said, well, we have a work integrated learning program, we need to make it more industrial. So they're sort of making things more industrial, making them quicker, cheaper, more automated, less contact time, fewer assessments, more able to be done by a student who's studying, who's working 30 or 40 hours a week, as lots of our students are. That pleases some students that want to come in, do a minimum amount, get out with a piece of paper. You know, that's a type of student that the university wants to please. It's also very efficient if you don't have them on campus, if you don't have to see them too much, if you don't worry too much if they're using AI for their assessments. You kind of go, oh, well, part of the modern world, off you go, jog on. And I mean, the federal government hasn't funded research infrastructure particularly well, and we all know that the funding that's been going to universities has been dropping from the public purse, has been dropping for decades. So it's only 40% of the cost now, 80% in the past. So how do you keep your pet projects, as Nick was talking about them, your big research investments? And I've heard the Chief Finance Officer say in our implementation committee, the only place you can get it is teaching. That's where we get 90% of our money. That's the place we get the money to fund the fancy new buildings that might appeal to international students, or to fund the research projects that are the pet project of, the research leadership or whatever. You can only get it from teaching. And it's a good place to get it in the arts, right? Because we have students paying $14,000 a year for their degrees, and they cost very little to teach, comparatively speaking. So it's a really good way of squeezing more money out of arts teaching and decanting it to other parts of the university. It makes sense if you need to. I mean, currently they don't get much money for their science and engineering. $6,000 a year from students. They need to get the money from somewhere. So they're getting it from arts, would be my suggestion.
That answers the question as to the potential motivation, which is what I was getting at with my question to Dr. Harrigan. I'm going to hand over to Ms. Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of you for coming and giving us the benefit of your experiences. It's incredibly, I know how hard it is, but it's incredibly beneficial to hear it, and also really upsetting and quite depressing, because although it's it's really shocking, it's not surprising based on everything that we've been hearing across universities. And I know, like, a bunch of academics I know who are in the process of being sort of managed out or have lost their jobs. It just seems very widespread. I don't know if you were listening to the evidence from Pilbara.
I didn't have a chance to.
Effectively, my sort of layman's understanding of it is that they have a bit of modelling software that takes in all of the data that a university gives it around the hours that staff work, what they're paid, whether they're permanent, casual, what level they're at, all of the courses, what the uptake of those courses is, how many students are overseas students, how many are on HECS, blah, blah, blah. And then it sort of spits out recommendations of optimisation and how, like, effectively cost cutting. And in the course of asking them questions, what became really clear was that there was no sort of inputs given to them in terms of any boundaries around that sort of naked cost cutting exercise. So whether something was not allowed by an by an EBA or by even by law was not considered. So the idea of getting rid of permanent staff and replacing with casual, that sort of thing, that didn't get entered into their model as a some sort of guardrail or bound on what the result would be. And also any sort of ethical quality concerns were not put in there either. Now, they, in response to our questions, they said that that data, to the extent that it is then used by a university to make a decision, is available for the university to look at. And I guess the question is, now that you're aware of it, if you weren't before, is it something that you would now look to try and, I guess, access in order to work out why Macquarie University is making decisions it's making?
I mean, I think yes, but I really don't. I just don't buy the premise that they write those sort of things on. You know, like I taught in Singapore, where my job was to teach 4 classes a year of 45 students for 3 hours, and it was absolutely perfect. It was the most incredible teaching experience that I had for 10 years. And those students got the best education they could have got, as good as they could have got at Oxford. You know, I mean, I don't think there's any way, like in this Australian system, if you've got everyone making this kind of cost cutting and driving those benchmarks down, like I don't think it's meaningful data at all. I don't think it is. I just don't think it's meaningful data. I was at Oxford for 3 years. You know, there you have students getting 1 to 3 students with a lecturer for an hour every week or two, per subject. I just don't buy these models from consultants like this at all. I just don't. It doesn't make sense. You know, like to teach, there are fundamental things like making sure students turn up to class, make sure they do their readings, then make sure you have a high quality lecture that synthesizes it, and then have them practice the skills they've got to do in real time with you, so that you can give them immediate feedback on it. You know, like that I don't think any of those points would be in their model, and I mean, I don't buy it at all. I just don't buy that. And it's,
how do you feel about the fact that Macquarie University has been using them, and in that process giving them quite detailed data about the amount of hours spent on prepping for classes or for lectures, amount of time spent teaching, what your pay is?
Yeah. Look, you know what it feels like at Macquarie? And I've said this for like 8 years since I've been here. It feels like we've got a bunch of private equity investors who've taken control of the executive, and they look at spreadsheets and they don't even know the industry they're in. You know, so that you tell me that the consultants are doing this doesn't surprise me at all. It feels like exactly what the executives do as well. Like I got to meet the Vice Chancellor maybe 5 or 6 years ago when they did a whole lot of redundancies in, I think it was a whole lot of redundancies around COVID perhaps. And I said to the Vice Chancellor, I asked a question, I said, staff say that they are profitable, and in fact the subjects you're cutting are profitable. And he said, they wouldn't know that because I don't give the managers those figures. He said, like, he was not sharing the data that from his Excel spreadsheet, and then he would later in the thing quote his spreadsheet saying, I look and there's no students in these classes on my spreadsheet, kind of thing. I don't feel that we are run by people who are teachers or who are even researchers. You know, feels like
they're not at the coalface. But that data that you're talking about, where they bring all this material together and they spit something out, if I can sort of say it like that, they're very good, having looked at those, you know, some of the modelling in the GIPA documents. They're very good at multiplying and adding their own bounty and dividing and subtracting from ours. So, for example, I can give a very specific example. I think, Nick, you were in that meeting. I wasn't. It was reported to us that marking per student now is 36 minutes. So each student gets 36 for the semester. Wow. I'm a very, very experienced marker. I need at least 30 minutes to mark an essay, and that's a good essay, so it doesn't need as many comments, okay? It's about 2,500 words. and our casual tutors are expected to do all the marking for a student for 36 minutes. Where did that figure come from?
Yeah.
You know, they gave us a reason. They gave us a sort of explanation about checking marking data, like what our casual tutors are claiming for marking, but that doesn't cover how many hours they're spending on the marking.
Yeah,
So like I said, the figures that they're pulling is to divide and subtract from us so that they can multiply there.
It's kind of, I guess it's algorithms that have got wage theft built into them would be the way I would describe it. Like in our workload model, we're given 2 hours prep per hour of original lecture. Like I'd like to see anyone sit down and write an hour lecture, even if it's something, backwards. I might spend 2 hours looking at a lecture I've written before, dusting it up, adding some new examples, thinking about what didn't work last year. If I'm writing a new lecture, that's going to take me 2 or 3 days, and if I don't know much about it, it might take me a week. But that's built into those workload models. So, and the 36 minutes, for marking previously, the allocation is 1 hour per student per semester. So, if you're trying to monitor what's happening in classes or you're trying to do an innovative assessments, I do vivas with my students to try and really get whether they are understanding or not. That takes time to do that well, to build the relationships, especially with students that are first in family or students who might be anxious, which is lots of our students now. It takes a lot of time to build that. None of that is built into those assumptions. So the algorithms are taking what were already absurd numbers and then crunching them. So
they're putting requirements on you that then mean you have to do a lot of unpaid labour, and then taking that unpaid labour influenced data and putting it into their model and then spitting out even more cost efficiencies.
I mean,
that's it. Yeah.
I mean, the teaching intensive roles are a great example. They're absolute burnout material, those teaching intensive jobs, because, my job is a 40-40-20 job. Theoretically, I have 2 days to do research, 2 days to do teaching, 1 day to do admin. In reality, you spend most of your time doing teaching and admin. You if you don't have kids or you don't know their names, you don't have hobbies, you probably spend your weekend doing the research, or you do it in the evenings. So you get a systematic disadvantage to caregivers. If you've got elderly parents you're looking after, if you've got kids, and you want to, know what their teachers' names are or know, what sports they're playing on the weekend, you can't do that extra stuff. So you end up, I've been on promotion panels with a really clear twin track system between caregivers and non-caregivers. Often that means women and men, but men who know their kids' names are also disadvantaged in this sort of setup. So it's not only that the algorithms have got unpaid labour built into them, they've got prejudice built into them. They're prejudices against anyone with a chronic illness who can't work 60 hours a week, like the census data that Jemana mentioned. It said that at a level E, the expectation is there will be 12 additional hours of, their survey respondents said that there are 12 additional hours done per week for a level E, a professor. I think it was something like 9 at my level, level D. That's a day and a half extra a week that you're expected to pack in. And that's the externalising, I guess they say in the green context. That's being externalised. Just like, fossil fuels are emissions are externalised. That unpaid labour is externalised from those algorithms. So it can only lead to further work intensification. So when you get people then getting told they have to do twice as much teaching, if I'm already spending 3.5 days of my week doing teaching and a little tiny bit of research and admin, when someone says, oh look, Nicole's doing 40-40-20, let's give twice of her amount of teaching to this poor soul who's doing a 70-30 contract or whatever, a 80-20 contract. They can't possibly do that work without burning out. And so we made a joke, it's like the difference between human years and dog years. A 40-40-20 person, has like human, and it's like dog years in teaching intensive work, because they're just exhausted all the time. They can't do it, it's impossible. So using those stats to make projections is just crazy.
It's dystopian.
Could I, Mr. D'Adam?
Yeah, it sounds like the university really just treats courses like product lines. Is that a fair assessment?
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, they actually have a committee, the Educational Products Committee, which has no governance. It doesn't sit under Academic Senate. And it's a purely management committee, and that's where the ideas come from. Not before, but that's it.
So I wanted to ask, just so that we can get on the record, a couple of things about just how the structure operates. So we heard from Professor Chris Dixon earlier today. he's the executive dean. Are there non-executive deans?
Yeah, there are deans of schools.
Right. I
So
see.
there's like there's 4 faculties.
Yep.
They have an executive dean, and that executive dean then sits on the executive. There's about 9 or 11 of them, executive members.
Right.
And then there might be dean of the law school, the dean of our School of Communications and Social Science and so forth, yeah.
And so are they, those appointments arrived at through a collegiate process?
No,
or is
no,
that
no,
who
no,
appoints
not at all.
The deans?
The Vice-Chancellor, basically. The Vice-Chancellor chooses everything.
Basically, the Vice
The
Chancellor
Vice-Chancellor decides everything, yeah. I mean,
And even the heads of schools are no longer, we don't have disciplines or departments anymore.
Yeah.
So even down to the level of discipline chairs and course managers, they're appointees of somewhere within the faculty. or
there's
the
no
university.
collegiate, the official collegiate structure's dismantled.
So that was the case at one stage. in
Yeah,
the
it was.
past.
I was actually at Macquarie as a student the year that they actually announced that they were going to executive deans being appointed. They told us, but you'll get world-class people. I remember that meeting about 30 years ago. They've just dismantled the entire thing. And my understanding is the 2011 and 2012 legislative changes in this parliament, which came from University Australia's recommendation, which is basically the Vice-Chancellor's Committee, transformed university governance. So instead of 6 appointees from this parliament and so forth, they actually are appointed by the University Council itself, appoints its own members. And it's just a self-governing club.
So I'm interested in the sort of evolution. It seems like that part of the governance problem is an increasing centralisation of the
Totally.
structure, with vice-chancellors who obviously sit at the pinnacle
Yep.
and have a high degree of discretion in terms of decisions that were once made at a much lower level. So I suppose I wanted to ask you, what should the structure look like? How should we make decisions about what the course offerings are in universities? I mean, obviously, there has to be some change over time.
Of course.
There has to be some flexibility, and obviously, if course numbers plummet, someone's going to have to make a hard decision about whether it's viable to keep a course going. How should that decision be made?
Can I say? Yeah, you go.
Do you want
You go.
I mean, I think the critical issue is, as I said in my opening statement, there has to be academic expertise involved in that decision making. Like I teach in media, things change all the time, obviously, in the media studies area. And, you obviously need to change, content, subjects, etc., etc. Academics have the knowledge to be able to say, yeah, this is, this discipline's evolving. We need to do new things here. You might have a whole of institution steer to some extent, but if you come in from outside and say, look, we think this is a groovy new area and we want to set up a unit in it, but you actually don't know anything about it, the quality of offering is not going to be there. So you really have to have people involved who do understand what's happening at the sort of ground level and know what's happening in classrooms, to know, well, how can we get around the challenge of AI assessing in an AI era, or how are we going to manage the emergence of this new topic that's that's important to us. So I think that sense of dialogue across the university, but also keeping academic expertise involved in the process is really important.
I would just say it's straightforward. It's like, it should be a collegiate structure. That is what, at places, I mean, when I was at Oxford, you had colleges that were self-governing institutions. The parts of expertise across those departments and so forth chose the curriculum. And then there's a federated structure from that, which makes the decisions about what, the larger scale decisions. I think that structure we know from other places, and I think it guarantees professionalism. I do think that there is, even in most cultures, an idea that professions have some level of self-governance, and I think that it should be the similar thing applied to academics. It's been completely dismantled, but it is, and as Nicole said, it guarantees that the experts are designing the parts of it, and it helps. And then I think when you do it in a federated structure, you don't get this thing going on now where, well, we're only going to spend a third or a quarter of the money we make on teaching, and then we'll use it for something else. You wouldn't get that if you had a federated structure of lecturers and so forth, you know, like you just, you know.
Isn't the counter argument, though, that, you know, obviously there are some degrees that are you know, relatively cheap to deliver, and then there's expensive degrees, and that at some point there has to be some reallocation of resources.
Yeah, of course.
Well, how does that get decided? How do you avoid the situation of those high profit, for want of a better way of describing it, faculties hoarding the money?
I guess that's not something we've ever really encountered as the sort of cash cow head of town. But I mean, I guess the thing is, you talk to most arts academics, they're not saying like we want lots of machinery, you know, we want a you know a particle accelerator. They just want a little bit of time and a pen and paper to do the stuff that they need to do. And most people, I think, in academia are reasonable people. You know, say, would you like your colleagues to be developing a cure for cancer? They're like, we're in for that. That sounds like a great plan. So I don't think that there's likely to be that much of a problem, because most people respect the other disciplines within the unit. It's like a big machine, and I'm kind of happy to be a little cog in a big machine. I'm so pleased when I was at a staff development day the other day, hearing lots of people in the Smart Green Cities Centre at Macquarie talking about, you know, environmental processes in modern cities. I love hearing that stuff because it's part of the development of knowledge. It's part of the way we can look after the society more broadly. Most academics are really interested in knowledge, collaboration, you know, working together, improving society. It's a kind of a part of our core business. So I don't think it's likely to be a major problem that we say, oh, well, hey, we're cheap, we want to hang on to all the money and get, you know, great oak desks or something. I don't think people are likely to do that. If that makes any sense.
I mean, I think you just authorise the federated structure to be able to have the ability to overrule sectional interests, basically. Like you give those bodies like Academic Senate. I don't think our problem is not that Academic Senate or the council makes decisions about allocation. It's just that the interests that it's making those decisions are, I think, opposed to what are in the interests of staff or students or the Australian community. You know, like, yeah.
I might see if Ms Merton or Ms Mitchell have some questions.
Thank you. Thank you both, the three of you, for your time. If I, Dr. Halligan, maybe if I could pick this up. I note that there is, in your submission, that there is a call for the Auditor General to conduct a performance review of the governance at Macquarie University. I was wondering if you might be able to elaborate on that.
I would need to take it on notice, basically.
I can reference it in.
Yeah, no, I know it's there, and it is it's something that I think you'll find in all of the NTU submissions. I think I'll just take it on notice because I'd like to give you a proper answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. And just in terms of the context of this, because that sort of came under the area of the paper that spoke about priority reform and directions.
Yes.
And governance failure.
Yes.
Failure.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there was.
I want to take it on notice just so that I can give you a proper answer. I mean, we outline very specific issues we have with the different elements of governance and the finances, but I'll take it on notice.
Okay, no, thank you. And look, in terms of some of your opening comments, you were talking about sort of conduct on the campus and union materials and posters and stuff. I'm a Macquarie University alumni.
Oh wow!
I've spent many years on the campus there. And have witnessed firsthand, you know, the beauty of sort of political debate, activity, discussion, discourse. I've seen and experienced a lot of this from many different ends. But I guess just picking up your point, whether probably just getting a greater insight into how this is concerning you, sort of outside the general political discourse, and that university campuses are well known for.
I guess you know the great thing about universities is it is a space where, you know, our enterprise agreement, you know, specifically says, yeah, we can speak out about matters related to our expertise, and even if it involves criticising the university, we're officially allowed to do it. But also our students are allowed to engage with exciting ideas and talk to each other about the different ways of running society, sharing understandings of the world. There's often a political dimension to that, and that's great and fine. It's a little bit troubling when people who are have power within the institution, like who are employers or who are the senior staff in the institution, choose to specifically remove posters of, for example, our union. It kind of suggests that there's not a free flow of information and sharing of political ideas on campus. It suggests that certain sorts of people who say certain sorts of things will get on and other folks won't get on, and it maybe suggests that there isn't the sense of safety on campus to the cut and thrust of political exchange is not really available to people there, and that's worrying. I think it needs to be a space where people can politely and safely share political views, and I think it would be really troubling if universities were no longer those kinds of places. And I think it's also really important in terms of fair work that employees have the right to not be discriminated against by virtue of their membership of a union or not. I think that's a pretty basic principle. So yeah.
I mean, that video that you saw about the posters, that video stopped because the student who was a graduate student was taking it, was spotted by the executive dean who was being videoed. The executive dean then followed that student and as they were going towards each other, stood in front of them, moved to sort of to stop the student going past, and then held up one of the scrunched up posters and said no, and then moved out of the way. That person who'd been involved in the union quite a lot, I don't think I've seen them since that day. That dean just thought they were a law to enforce, no putting up of these posters on open day. And I mean, quite surprising for me that person did it, and I've got it sitting in my phone, that testimony.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your evidence, all of you. It's been very powerful for us to hear it. I wanted to go to, and I'm not sure whether you heard some of the questions I asked earlier, but just around the time frame for some of the processes around the redundancies. I have had some people, former staff, reach out to me sort of confidentially as well, raising sort of questions around when consultation began, when decisions might have been made about which courses would be cut, and also the response into UAC around that, sort of suggesting that maybe decisions were made prior to consultation. Yes. You're all nodding, it's just for Hansard's benefit, but if any or all of you wanted to speak to that issue and your views in relation to whether proper process was followed, or I guess what concerns are from staff about that.
This happened during COVID as well as last year, where because there was a requirement to let UAC know by a deadline, but management hadn't followed the proper processes of the university, they simply notified UAC in advance, and they said, oh, well, we can always withdraw it or change it later at a later date. But yeah, it was definitely the case that, and I can get details of it, but that changes went to UAC. I think even staff members found out that their courses or majors.
Yeah, they did.
They found out because they found it on the UAC guide.
So people checked UAC,
yeah,
and then there was all this buzz and discussion amongst staff, and then there was a town hall meeting, I think, for the curriculum review paper, and our executive dean made a sarcastic comment about how smart his staff are to be checking UAC.
But people found out about the things they teach into not being around. Because the university had told UAC.
Okay, and that was before any consultation with staff.
Yeah.
Okay. And before the governance processes had been gone through.
Can I just make a point about the curriculum review paper and then the change proposal? The curriculum review paper, I think, came out in April, and it didn't have the status of a change proposal, so we could respond to it, but we didn't receive any feedback. Then the change proposal hits us, and we're told that at some later point when people were asking the question, how does the curriculum review paper, that they tie in with each other? They did. Like, one of them told us what was going to be discontinued, or what was going to happen to particular bachelor's degrees or whatever, and the other one implemented them pretty much, perfectly across the two papers. But we weren't ever allowed to. There was no engagement with the curriculum review paper. Like, we gave feedback, but we never received a response. And then the change proposal comes, and that to me is a form of implementation before proper consultation.
Which I guess was going to be my next question, because my understanding with the enterprise agreement too is that there's supposed to be a process around consultation versus implementation. In your view, was that done adequately or in line with what's meant to happen under the agreement?
No.
Okay. I would say that I think Macquarie is very careful at dotting the I's and crossing the T's generally about what would be the legal requirements, but it doesn't mean that it actually happens in any way that feels like you have any ability to influence the process or change the process or anything like that. Like, I think management see it like as a formality. It's a bit like that quote I gave before about the town hall. The town hall is a requirement, but they had deliberately said, we're not going to say anything in the town hall. And they didn't say anything in the town hall. And then I went into the one-on-one, or the 8-to-1 meetings where they announced people were sacked. And that's where they said the real things. But, there's not, I feel like there's the spirit of what's intended by the enterprise agreement, and there's the legal, and I think the university does what they're required by law, but I don't think that they actually do it is a real genuine consultation.
And that speaks to the fact that increasingly subject specialists are not being seen as a resource for developing curriculum. So they're kind of seen as a problem to be wrangled. How can we marginalise them and get them to shut up so we can do what we want? So,
we had a manager that would, sorry.
No, jump in.
Well, we had a manager who, and I know that they said this because they said it to so many different groups of staff, like our executive dean would have these, you can come in and ask us any questions, and him and our associate dean would sit there and people would go to ask questions or comments. So it was done as a way of proving that they followed the process. But one of the managers who went to many of these meetings kept saying to staff, as a counter to, staff would say, our area does all these really important things. And this manager would say to everyone virtually, oh, but everyone says they're special. Everyone says that their area is important. But this is just a way to discount everything. Like, imagine if you were making cuts in a hospital and every time some area of the hospital came in and said, we do these important things, the manager in charge said, well, everyone says they're special. This is just a way of completely writing off anything that anyone says, right? And there's a lot of these kind of Orwellian sort of thought-stopping behaviours that management do in these kind of meetings that just mean that there's no way to really influence them or the situation.
There's no way to make a case. For example, you might say to them, a student will respond well to the naming of a program called the Bachelor of something. So you're trying to make a case for why a particular program should be called the Bachelor of Arts, majoring in, or Bachelor with a specific name. And then we get responses like, students don't care what degrees are called. And there was that famous line.
Who said it?
Chris, the Bachelor of Gumnut Studies or something.
Yeah, that's right. So students wouldn't care whether it was called the Bachelor of Gumnut Studies.
Yeah, they might.
Well, I think they would. But that spirit of a lack of, like, our students aren't discerning.
Yeah, students don't care. Students don't care. Students don't even notice what they're studying.
No, but there's definitely a sense that the declining access to staff, declining choices of subjects, declining access to resources isn't a problem for students, that students aren't really bothered by that. It's choices confuse students, was something we were told a lot. Like, it's very confusing if you're in a Bachelor of Arts to have too many options of subjects to consider. And I kind of think our students are pretty smart, actually. And I've had teenagers go through HSC. It was pretty hard. And then they arrive at uni. They've done a lot of thinking by the time they arrive there, and they're trying to find out, you know, about the world and what they might be good at. And the idea that they're not smart enough to make those choices, they're smart enough to decide if they can join the army, or they're allowed to drive a car, they're allowed to make choices about lots of things. They can vote for you folks, or, you know, make choices there. The idea that they aren't at 17 or 18 able to make choices and able to tell the difference between, you know, an essay that's been marked in 10 minutes or an essay that's been marked in half an hour, or a lecturer who's not ever seen this material. I mean, some of the casuals who've been brought in to cover our colleagues who've been made redundant are being given 2 hours to prep a new lecture in a course they've never taught before. So they might have some materials, but they've never done this before. People can tell, you know.
Have you had feedback from students who are they're picking up on this? That was sort of going to be my next question.
I am literally embarrassed for the fact that since COVID, it has just been a churn of subjects that are being, and majors and everything that is being restructured. They restructure them very fast, then they create ways of giving people credit for subjects that don't exist anymore. It's really deeply embarrassing to, like, for an arts degree, a student's going into $50,000 debt. You know, I feel ashamed for the fact that we take $50,000 from an arts student, and those students enroll because of subjects they think exist that are changed, and it's just constant, and often with very little planning. It's done at the last moment, and we are left answering students' questions when and trying to fill the holes that management have created. I just want to say I'd like to ask and make a comment about work health and safety at some point as well.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask about staff morale as well, so if that's a segue for you.
Yeah.
Tell us what you'd like to about work health and safety and staff.
I just want to say that my name goes on everything that the union puts out, like the GIPA, the Freedom of Information and the Appeal to Safe Work and so forth. And in doing that and writing it, I got to read the draft code of psychosocial safety, which has been done by New South Wales, and learnt a lot in that there really are two broad areas of ways that you deal with any risk, right? One is that you prevent it from happening, or mitigate, and then the second one is that when harm happens, you address the harm and, you make sure people go to the doctor or go to hospital or whatever, right? And when it comes to psychosocial safety, my read of what is required in a workplace is a process that is transparent and free from bias, right? Because if you're in a workplace that is an institution that is not free from bias and is not transparent, it damages your health. And that is a perfect description of Macquarie. Now, we put in a submission to Safe Work, and Safe Work did put in a interim order about Macquarie not complying. But I got to speak to the Safe Work officers, and I got to say I was disappointed with one of their replies, because I said to them, and I've got my minutes of this, I've got 16 pages of notes from my phone call with this Safe Work officer, and I can forward them to the committee. But I said, how can you know that Macquarie are doing this safely? And the Safe Work officer said, well, it's mostly the EAP, which is the Employee Assistance Program, which is a counselling program. Now, in reflecting as I was preparing for this committee, I thought, what's the equivalent of counselling if you break someone's arm? That's going to hospital. Safe Work told me that you can break people's arms, you just have to take them to hospital. That's what an EAP is.
So
that is wrong. That is fundamentally wrong. And Safe Work let Macquarie off the hook because they said you can break people's arms, you just need to take them to hospital.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, I would add that I'm on the Health and Safety Committee for the Faculty of Arts, and people are really scared to put in a WH&S claim. We managed to
You
get
can't get them to. You
You
cannot get anyone to put in a work health and safety claim around psychosocial health.
For example, somebody who was so stressed. I mean, we've had 2 open days in a row where there was rapid changes in curriculum immediately beforehand. So a couple of years ago, they got rid of a lot of double degrees. And I was in Senate when student representatives were saying this, I can't believe this, it got changed just before open day. And there I was trying to represent my degree and they got rid of it, but they didn't even tell us. The following year, we had a new curriculum approved the day before open day. And then staff were expected to go along on open day and represent the curriculum in a positive way to students. And I believe there was somebody who got an unstoppable blood nose. It was in a low-level discipline chair or whatever position, unstoppable blood nose, who had to leave the day, and it was simply because of the stress of managing this situation, of fronting up to students, and that person did put in a WH&S.
Didn't?
You know, there were just people hospitalised who for mental health difficulties who didn't put WH&S claims in. You know, there were people with physical problems, people with cardiac problems as a result of stress, not putting in WH&S claims. So we spoke to the WH&S people at Macquarie and said, look, people are not realising that you can do this anonymously. And so they did change the interface, so it's now a little bit more visible that it is possible to claim to put in WH&S anonymously. But a lot of people say, look, it's not just me, but it's my program that would get cut if I put my head above the parapet. My subjects might get cut. If you make a fuss, your subject will go. So it's kind of people's loyalty to their colleagues as well is tested by this sort of situation.
Do you have HSRs? Yeah, HSRs, Health and Safety Representatives, or is it a committee structure?
It's a committee structure at the moment. I've just been elected as an HSR, but I haven't had the training yet.
Right, I see.
But at the moment, we don't have many HSRs in position. I don't think there are any in arts at the moment.
I wonder whether you'd be comfortable if the transcript from today was tendered in another inquiry on the operation of the work health and safety system. Are you happy for us to
Of
perhaps?
course. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I say it fully aware because I had to talk to multiple safe work people, and by the end of it, it was just like they just wanted to go away. You know, like people said they'd call back, they didn't. I can get you my phone records. Like, you know, I don't think they were bad necessarily, but I do think it's a fundamental misreading of the legislation to say, which was said mostly the EAP.
Yeah.
That was mostly the EAP was how the university met its work health and safety requirements. And one staff member went to that EAP actually, and I wish I could, I'll find, if you want, I can get her testimony about it. But that person who was employed on the day everyone was sacked, basically, they just went, the counsellor was like, what am I supposed to say to these people? It's fundamentally unfair what is happening to you. You know, like, you put a counsellor in a very difficult position to counsel people through a fundamental injustice. You know, and they just set up a room in some part of the university. And
one of the things I've noticed is that WH&S folks, you know, nice people and everything, but when we talked about some of the health consequences in the Tier 3 meeting recently, the comment was, oh, well, but you can't stop management doing stuff, can you? I mean, managers still have to do stuff. And the kind of sense of like that there was an inevitability about everything, that things would inevitably be done in a certain way by certain people. There was nothing that could be done to change the process. And I feel really frustrated by it because I think, you know, most people in academia, they're kind of good kids. They've always done the right thing, you know, they're the nerdy types. And if you ask them to jump, they say, oh, how high? Like, how high do you want me to jump? So they're actually mostly really kind of obliging, goody two-shoes kind of people. And so if you say, look, geez, we really need to develop a new program in this area or that area, a lot of us are also, you know, very curious. Oh, yeah, that sounds great. Let's get onto that. We'd be into it. The idea that somehow just because it has to be a battle to get new stuff off the ground or to change the direction of the university just doesn't really reflect the way academics are. Most academic people are really keen to do new things, and if you did it in the right way, most people would probably say, oh, fantastic, yeah, you're going to set up a new program. They wouldn't be going, no, no, no. It could be done differently.
I would say as well, so I went to Fair Work where we contested this, and I went through Safe Work, and I think that the message that came from Fair Work was, roughly speaking, managerial prerogative, they can do whatever they want, and that was the mess. And that's why I think the restructuring of who is the managers is fundamental, right? And I've given you those quotes. I cannot believe I heard any of those 3 quotes. All of them were by people who I don't recognise their humanity, in the sense of I can't see how they could genuinely say that. I fed that quote, why don't we go all the way, into AI. You know what it said? It said it showed an appetite for suffering. Why not go all the way as taking a Knight quote and business speak and showing an appetite for going all the way? It's cavalier, and that's why. And Safe Work, we had a good commissioner and so forth, but ultimately, they just said managers got the right to manage, and Safe Work said the same thing. Managers have the right to manage. Well, if you want to destroy higher education in Australia, you can leave them in charge of managing. Sorry.
No, that's okay. No, I'm just conscious I've got Mr. Namber with a question. No, thank you, Dr. Harrigan. It's very useful.
Thank you, Chair. This is a reasonably quick question. It's probably more directed to you, Professor Matthews. And if you can't answer it or not comfortable answering it, that's completely understandable. But one of the areas of interest for the committee is to look at the governing structures and frameworks of universities. And a particular interest with university councils. I'm just interested, given your experience, is there a culture of contestability on the council that you've experienced? Are reports and assumptions interrogated when it comes to things like workforce planning and strategic directions?
I can't actually speak about that for 2 reasons. One is I'm very new. I've only been to 1 council meeting. And also I'm just not allowed to speak about what happens on council. I'm signed confidentiality agreements about that. I can certainly speak to my experiences at the next level down, which is University Senate. And my observations there are that whilst there are some people who try to generate discussion contest around decision making, the sort of atmosphere of fear aspect makes it very difficult for people who are elected representatives to speak. And I think my personal view is that the way that certain matters are deemed operational is a way of preventing them from being discussed. So staffing, casualisation, facilities, those kinds of areas, staff-student ratios, those kinds of things. The discipline balance and things like that are seen as resourcing issues. We can't discuss them. So I would say that because Senate is not allowed to talk about those things, they're seen as management issues. That puts a lot of weight on council to interrogate those things. And without, disclosing what happens in council, I don't really fundamentally know that much about it yet anyway. If you have a look at the folks who are on council currently, I'm sure they're very experienced and knowledgeable people, but there's not a lot of educational background in that context. So there's not a lot of people there who know what it's like in a classroom. Even the executive group, to be honest, a lot of those folks haven't probably been in a classroom for quite a while. So if I was to say, what are the implications, I haven't been party to those discussions in council, and I wouldn't be allowed to report them if I was. But if someone presents you with a budget situation and you don't actually know the difference between running a class with 25 students and running a class with 40 students, you might not think that's very important. If you don't know how long it takes to mark an assignment, You might not think it was unreasonable to give people 36 minutes per student per semester. So I think that it's my view is that it's very, very important that we have sufficient understanding of educational institutions and public service institutions in council. And I think I don't know how the details of how appointments get made, but I worry about tapping in general in organisations, and any organisation where someone's tapped to do a job, you kind of go, okay, so why did they get tapped? You know, what was the reason that person was selected? And
is your concern that they would then have a sort of sense of duty and fidelity to the person that tapped them rather
maybe, or I think actually, and I don't know how council works, and I don't know how contestable things are, and I couldn't speak about that, but I would say that the issue is less, in my opinion, about the fealty between people and the people that might be tapped, than a sense of a fit, who are the right kind of people in that environment. And, I think a lot of the time there's a sense in the induction to Senate I received, there was a great sense it's very important to have a harmonious relationships in Senate. And the training I've just received from the Institute of Company Directors equally has stressed it's very important to have a harmonious relationship. And, you mustn't, it's important to build those relationships, and it's important to, to have positive relationships with the management and those kinds of things. So I think that kind of training, which I'm grateful to have received, but which is offered by the university, and the general sense that the role of I think there's a sense that it's dangerous to have too much conflict in the lower level governance bodies. I don't know what's going on in council, but I think that there's the general sense that this is a business. It's a business that needs to make a profit. It's a competitive business where our job is to compete with other institutions. That is an unquestioned assumption of the way universities are run. And that has all sorts of knock-on implications. So I think that sort of worldview, universities are just businesses. If it's just a business, well, the cheaper you can make it, the better, right? So, yeah, I can't speak to that specific stuff, but I think the worldview is important.
Thank you so much. And I note that we have just gone a little over 3 o'clock, and that we have kept you here for a long time, which we do very much appreciate. And again, thank you so much. And thank you again. As you've said, we know that it is not without cost what you do here, but what you do at work every day as well. We appreciate that, and thank you again. There were some things taken on notice, I think. We'll probably have some supplementary questions. Yeah, and so we'll get those to you through the Secretariat and let you know sort of deadlines for that. But thank you once again for being here.
We're incredibly grateful.
Yeah, we're very, very grateful to have the chance to speak.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.